Okay, let's get started now. Oh, no. Hate this. There it is. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, everything works. I guess. Okay, so many technical problems tonight. Sorry, everything got super delayed. I can't believe how late I'm starting. That might be good news for Lauren, because she said something about not getting here until 8:30 a.m. her time, whatever that turns out to be my time. I don't know. But yeah, let's try this new game that I know nothing about. Oh my god, Steam, fuck off. There it is. Now it should work. Okay, it has a familiar feel to it because I played Resonance years ago, but I know nothing about it other than that. Except it seems to be technologically advanced? Sure, let's go.
Looks like you found the place.
You're sure this is the one?
I'm positive. Latha Sesame goes by Magdala in the trance. There's a big gap in the records, and it's shaped exactly like her.
I thought you said he put a lot of effort into it.
They've been hiding her activity, but weren't covering up their own work very well.
If they did, then Ah!
How are the headaches?
Won't be a problem for much longer.
You understand the plan?
Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing.
If that's me, then he's lying.
After all, I've been planning this for years.
No, I forgot again. You do it, okay.
There's nothing like being in trance. A world built of abstracts and intellect, of tangible thought, where every part has been crafted by an individual soul. It's the purest form of contact a person can have, mind to mind. It's the pinnacle of human achievement. Some might say that achievement in the physical world is somehow more meaningful. To them I say, join the future or be surpassed by it. Within the trance, we are millions of minds as one. But even as far as we've come, there's still one serious flaw. Its reliance on the real world as its backbone. And disconnections. Damn. Don't panic. I'll just go and speak to the building manager. It's not like there's anything to be afraid of out there. Let's get this over with.
Okay, I'm somebody else. But hold on, now I gotta do this. Copy and let me paste. Dang it, why does this app suck? This is your fault. I'm being slow. There. Gosh, that tweet was hard enough as it is. Should save my progress. Okay, so what is our interface? Sorry, I missed like so much of that intro, and I was watching and I was paying attention and I was listening, but it was so futuristic and weird. We're on some case. There was like a... well, I don't know. I take up too much of the screen. Oh, wait.
Better go and talk to the building manager. Ah!
What the?
Ouch! Huh? Password error, huh? I guess the door's broken too. Contact manager. I'm trapped?
So? Are we so technologically spoiled we just expect doors to open for us? Is that what that was? Even though it's, I mean, because, you know, automatic doors, that's a futuristic thing. We don't have that in today's era. I don't get out much. Oh, right clicking. Yeah, I remember this was a problem with Goblin's Quest, where I couldn't figure out to right click. Yeah, see, I tried before the stream started to fix this over here. See, look at this message right here. See, it takes up 2 lines, and the 2 lines are too close together. I tried to fix that, but I don't know. I didn't really seem to have much control over it. See, I supposedly have the freedom to walk around here, but I don't. I only am restricted to half my apartment. I won.
Nah. I'm not that hungry.
What? So we eat weird foodstuffs? What? We should be able to eat whatever we want all the time and not get fat. In the future world. I'm not hungry. No, you don't understand my point about the fat, because in this future world, you can act like a fat person all day, and you don't get fat because medical advances. So it's just the whole like, oh, you're, you know, irresponsible slob because you don't watch it. It doesn't matter anymore. Everybody can do that, and there are no consequences for our actions in the future.
Hey, I'm hungry.
Wait, now I'm hungry.
Nah. I'm not that hungry.
What is this
The
cognitive
window frame
dissonance?
is welded in.
I don't
Even if I
identify
could
with my
open
own
it, it'd be
character.
a 150-meter drop to the bottom.
There will be no fat people. Sorry, it's just facts. Okay, the... Why is the future so gross?
Guess I'm not as strong as I thought. I'm not getting out this way. Nothing in here. I usually keep clothes in here. Looks like I need to go to the support office to get more printed.
We already can 3D print everything in our own homes. That's
Nothing
not
in
even
here.
a future thing. We could 3D print houses now.
If I keep randomly cutting cables, I'm going to end up electrocuted eventually.
I'm cutting? Chewing on it? I mean, I didn't select an item from the inventory.
Even if I cared that much about the apartment's rules, the sign's fixed to the wall.
I'm not making this up about 3D printing houses. That's a thing. Look it up. Let's go bump into the door again.
I don't think I can open it by myself.
Just bang on it harder.
Still not working. Apparently I can't just wait for the problem to fix itself. Can't rely on anyone else.
The key is the grate.
It's a homegrown lump of techno-organic wetware gel. It's for connecting my brain's wetware to the external systems.
I don't think a plastic fork will get the grate open.
A recyclable plastic tray. The food machine prints out a new one from old materials with every meal.
Hey, Bingo Ringo, what's up?
This will open an individual's mind to the trance and load their mind-machine interface's hub.
They're both
The
into
Net
me,
Games
it's weird.
trophy I won in '84. I don't know why I've still got it. I pretty much scrapped everything else to build the wetware still. Ugh, no. Last time I reached into the pile, there was stuff growing in it. I can't get a grip to open it. Not like I could fit through there anyway.
Can I rewatch the intro?
Ugh, exposed fiber optics everywhere. I think they deliberately do this to make it less pleasant to live here.
Hey, I can go back into this and pretend I'm someone else. Wait, I'm already doing that. I mean, what do we do here? I clicked outside the window. No diagonal walking. Oh well. What was red? Yeah, I didn't do anything, so let's do it again. What the hell? God damn it. Why does the game start in the middle? So this isn't me.
Looks like you found the place.
You're sure this is the one?
I'm positive. Latha Sesame goes by Mandala in the trance. There's a big gap in the records, and it's shaped exactly like her.
I thought you said he put a lot of effort into it.
They've been hiding her activity, but weren't covering up their own work very well.
If they did, then Ah!
How are the headaches?
Won't be a problem for much longer.
You understand the plan?
Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. After all, I've been planning this for years.
There's nothing like being in trance. A world built of abstracts and intellect, of tangible thought, where every part has been crafted by an individual soul. It's the purest form of contact a person can have, mind to mind. It's the pinnacle of human achievement. Some might say that achievement in the physical world is somehow more meaningful. To them I say, join the future or be surpassed by it. Within the trance, we are millions of minds as one. But even as far as we've come, there's still one serious flaw. Its reliance on the real world as its backbone. And disconnections. Damn. Don't panic. I'll just go and speak to the building manager. It's not like there's anything to be afraid of out there. Let's get this over with.
Do I have to play as one character the entire game? I liked the resonance thing where I got to switch characters a lot. Oh. Let's check sports. Yes! That is great. Yeah. No, it should be this way. This is the way the other one was, right? You can't just like, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's information overload if you start off it immediately. Oh, I see. This is one of those really genuine things. I wish I had a better line to deliver right there. What the? How can I download? No. I mean like in the story, right? Because you can't connect to anything. So I'm like, how am I able to download an attachment when I otherwise can't connect to the internet? That was a storyline question.
Huh? No. I'm not storing that in my brain. Not unless I want to wake up in some factory in China in 10 years. Huh? No. Not unless I...
Then throw it away. Like, I don't want it there. Kick it. Okay.
Better go and talk to the building manager.
Can't believe that.
Ouch!
Do it again. Do it again.
Huh? Password error, huh? I guess the door's broken too. Contact manager.
Why does that happen though?
I'm trapped? The NetGames trophy I won in '84. I don't know why I've still got it. I pretty much scrapped everything else to build the wetware still.
Okay.
I'm not sure when I got this out of the machine. It's still soggy though. Nah. I'm not that hungry.
Oh, you know, maybe she read the line wrong. Maybe it's supposed to be, I'm not that hungry. Right? Sometimes I've noticed this. Sometimes voice actors, they don't read the line properly. Right? Because if it says, come on, I'm hungry, and then it's like, I'm not that hungry. It's like, oh, that's a contradiction. But if it's, I'm not that hungry, so that I would lick old melted food off the floor, right? Then suddenly the story adds up. It makes sense.
Even if I could see out, it's not a nice view. Hundreds of other Skanto apartments in the barrel. The darkness is supposed to encourage people to move out. Not me. Just makes trancing easier. The window frame is welded in. Even if I could open it, it'd be a 150-meter drop to the bottom. It may take up the entire bathroom, but this still is totally worth it. By growing my own wetware at home, I'll never need to leave the apartment again, unless something like this happens. It's a homegrown lump of techno-organic wetware gel. It's for connecting my brain's wetware to the external systems.
Okay, so when you do this trance thing, you're just like in your own mind, so then you can electronically goo it up to another electric thing. Alright.
Exposed fiber optics everywhere. I think they deliberately do this to make it less pleasant to live here. Nothing in here. I usually keep clothes in here. Looks like I need to go to the support office to get more printed. Guess I'm not as strong as I thought. I'm not getting out this way.
Oh, I didn't catch that line. It must have been. I was thinking that was the way.
Ugh, no. Last time I reached into the pile, there was stuff growing in it.
What?
Tenancy rules. City housing support. This housing is provided as is by the City Department of Social Welfare, until such time as you are able to secure employment. Basic facilities are provided within. Since your stay is temporary, please do not damage. Temporary? Huh. I've been here for 2 years now. The panel by the door also controls the apartment's net connection, call system, and thermostat, as well as the door's locking. If you could get inside it, you might be able to set off an emergency unlock.
So like I could do.
Still not working.
So now
Apparently I can't just wait for the problem.
Okay, so now I get in my own head or something? Can I get rid of that malware? Can I throw a trash can at it? Wait, that's the main menu, not the... Okay.
Forsooth, who wouldst summon the guardian of thine abode?
Who are you?
I am the defender, the guardian, the knight. No threat shall dare intrude upon thy domain while I stand watch.
Do you have a name?
I do not wish to trouble my lady with such minute details.
So, just Knight then.
Whatever thy will, my lady.
What's with the knight in shining armor routine?
Who is better suited to the role than a loyal defender of the realm?
Okay, now tell me properly.
My lady, thine own.
Out of character!
Following managerial reformation of Sentinel Systems, the company's theme was shifted to a feudal design.
What's your function?
I am the defender. I prevent intrusions upon thy fortress.
Wait, didn't we do
The
this?
physical and the etheric.
I found you in the door's terminal software. You're the apartment's network security, aren't you?
Quite so. Trojans and malware, flee from my presence.
But you also control the door's security.
They
A
don't.
vital role, milady. None shall threaten the sanctity of your domain.
Tell me about yourself.
Sentinel Systems Nightmare, a data and physical security product of Sentinel Systems, version 3.02. Licensed to City of Newton Housing Services.
Has anyone ever told you that you get real tiresome real quick?
Customer research has shown the Knight image to be effective. 89% of customers associated with increased security and ability to solve threats. 67% associated with defense of a home in a professional manner. 55% found it more confidence-inspiring than Sentinel's previous mascot,
Which was?
the Sheriff. Following last year's New York police riots, public perception of such personnel diminished considerably.
Oh my.
The door seems to be stuck. Can you do anything about that?
Attempting to operate door drive systems. Attempt 2. Attempt 3. It would appear the machinery of the door itself has become fatigued. The terminus is unable to compel activity on the door's part itself. The safety unlock would doubtless serve you well at this juncture.
Can you use the safety unlock?
I'm afraid I cannot. It must be unlatched physically.
So, where is it?
It lies behind the terminal. With sufficient armament, mayhaps thou shalt reach it.
Gee, thanks. Ciao.
Fare thee
Plastic
well, my
fork.
lady.
Wait. That was the previous game. Where did I find that before? Somehow I ended up... Oh, that's right. I was doing stuff here.
Hey, we're not children! Lousy suicide rate.
Protein's good for you. Not green protein. Oh.
Hey, I'm hungry.
Whatever, I got my stuff.
It broke.
But they won't give us the other one. I gotta plug my brain into the... Yeah, get a metal fork.
Hi, I'm Sheffy, your
Oh
interactive
my.
guide to THB Foods.
Hey, you can't say that!
Who are you, and what are you doing in my food machine?
Hi, I'm Sheffy,
We already had this bit.
I'm the voice of your food machine. I'm here to help you make the most of your machine and all the delicious possibilities. And if there's trouble, I'm here to help you out.
I've had to live off your crap for 2 years now. It's bland, and it feels like runny puke. I have trouble swallowing, and every mouthful makes starvation that little bit more appealing.
I'm sorry to hear that. Have you tried any of our new recipes recently? Let's look for some. Oopsie, it looks like I can't connect. Don't worry, you can always use the memory cards in the machine to upload delicious new recipes.
Wait, what's going on over here? If it's a game where I don't have to think, because those streams I do not want to think.
What kind of things can you make?
Using THB's patented and proven protein fiber synthesis reserve system, I'm able to whip up some of the tastiest treats you've ever had.
Like?
Just you wait. Before you know it, you'll be having the most cost-effective food you've ever tasted.
You're dodging the question.
My recipe books are always getting bigger. My best friends at THB always come up with great new ideas. Everything from protein surprise to Nutri-Blood casserole.
Ugh.
Don't be like that. Give them a try.
What's on your recipe card now?
On the menu today, we've got... Uh-oh. Looks like the memory card's been taken out of the machine. I'm so sorry.
I don't know who did that.
I can't help without my recipes.
Some master chef you are.
If you can find some new recipes on a memory module, I'd be happy to have a go with them for you. I live to serve.
How do I get trays and cutlery?
Haven't you been eating with us for years?
Humor me.
THE's food machines have self-contained vacuum formers to recycle utensils. Just put your tray back in the machine when you're done with it.
But does it sound like...
What? Why can't
Drunk
I put metal
Shady.
in the recycler?
It might be dangerous! At the request of
Newton Civic Housing Services.
you've been limited to plastic utensils. But isn't plastic great? It's so easy to get clean.
But what if I want something stronger, like steel? That heavy protein mash bends the fork sometimes.
Sorry, no can do. I'm not just a chef. It's my job to keep you safe.
How would I stop you stopping me? I need a fork.
Why would you want to do that? Don't you like me? I just want to make sure you're eating right.
So, you object to me smashing you open?
It takes some pretty serious damage to do that. I'm tough. Only qualified THE systems technicians can get me open.
Looks like messing with your software is my best bet then.
I think you guys would enjoy watching me play Lenny's music tunes drunk. I already know that game back and front, but I just know that it would be, I don't know if it wouldn't be good enough for like a whole stream, but something in the middle there, being pretty drunk would be, I think it would be fantastic.
You're really, really annoying, you know that?
Address all concerns regarding THE
Avatar to 862.
Chefy to THE Customer Interactive Regions.
You should find out. You down there at the bottom.
Will the machine work without you?
If I have an accident, the machine will continue to dispense. We don't want you starving in an emergency now, do we?
Ciao.
Bye!
That did nothing.
Hi there!
Hey, you want this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can only receive updates from THE Foods home server.
Do you take new data any other way?
If you want to use new recipes, there's always memory cartridges. Just load it into your THE Foods unit and away we go.
Sounds simple enough.
Idiot-proof meals, that's our motto.
Hey!
Bye now!
Wait, which is a great game? Are you talking about the same thing I'm talking about?
Hey, we're not children. Lousy suicide rate.
I don't know how to have... I'm not convincing. I can't convince. I can't convince the powers that be.
No, not unless I want to wake up. Not unless... No.
I want to throw that away, but okay. Wait, I'm confused. Okay.
Hi, I'm Sheffy, your
No.
What's on your
On the menu today, we've got Protein Complex A11, Protein Complex E168, and for dessert, Synchro-Gelatin Complex C11.
Sounds delicious.
If you want something a little different, don't forget, you can always download new recipes for me to take a look at.
This is confusing to me.
Ciao.
Okay.
Bye!
Forsooth, who wouldst summon the guardian of thine abode?
Ciao.
Fare thee well, my lady.
Okay, I guess we don't have anything to talk about. So I have the metal material. Pretty sure I want to recycle that for the metal fork to put in there. But it's about...
Hey, we're not children. Lousy suicide rate. Hey, I'm hungry. I can't use it like that.
Yeah, you can.
I can't use it like that.
Get some food. Gather it up, recycle it, and then get more food. I think all of the food is out.
Hey, I'm hungry.
Okay. Somebody gave me a thing.
If I keep randomly cutting cables, I'm going to end up electrocuted eventually. Ugh, exposed fiber optic.
That's right, I remember that.
The vent cover above the door. It lets the air in and keeps the vermin out. The wetware won't form a connection with it.
I'm confused. Did I miss something in the menu or something? Hey, Hurricane.
Hi, I'm Sheffy, your interactive guide to THB Foods Auto Meal Sweets.
Why can't I put...
It might be dangerous! At the request of...
Newton Civic Housing Services.
You've been limited to plastic utensils. But isn't plastic great? It's so easy to get clean.
But what if I want something stronger, like steel? That heavy protein mash bends the fork sometimes.
Sorry, no can do. I'm not just a chef. It's my job to keep you safe.
No, I still haven't diagnosed the problem there. That was really weird that day. I'll have it figured out by next week, though. I think I should.
How would I stop you stopping me? I need a fork.
Why would you want to do that? Don't you like me? I just want to make sure you're eating right.
So, you object to me smashing you open?
It takes some pretty serious damage to do that. I'm tough. Only qualified THE systems technicians can get me open.
Looks like messing with your software is my best bet then. Ciao.
Bye!
No, not unless I...
Can you store that on this? Is there something I'm not... getting about the... Yeah, I'm gonna poke around this a little more. Oh yeah, that had more technical difficulties, but I did get it on Steam. Okay, I think that's just how to make the, whatever it's called, the... Yeah, wetware. Spam. I guess it would have been prudent to go there to check that. But does the game have achievements? The Steam achievements are always important. That's why they can always charge more, because everyone's addicted to Steam achievements.
The wetware won't form a connection with it. I don't think it needs a small tin pot. I can't use it like that. The panel by the door also controls the apartment's net connection, call system, and thermostat, as well as the door's locking. If you could get inside it, you might be able to set off an emergency unlock.
I hate it when you can tell like you can tell there's like a 4-step process and you know how to do steps 2, 3, and 4, but you can't do step 1, right? So you have the whole thing mapped out. There's just this one thing. Her auto meals AI.
Hey, we're not lousy suicide.
I can do this. I can do this. Okay.
It's not compatible with it.
Just bang them together a lot.
Hi there!
Hey,
Oh, I'm afraid I can only receive
do you take new data any other way?
If you want to use new recipes, there's always memory cartridges. Just load it into your THE Foods unit and away we go.
Sounds simple enough.
Idiot-proof meals, that's our motto.
Hey!
I know!
So can I make my own meal that's metal? Can I just make a metal meal and then... I want a meal made out of this.
I don't think it needs a small tin pot. I can't use it. I can't use.
Ah, this.
I don't think it needs a small.
Oh yeah, I remember calling that, hey, it's the HD walkthrough because I uploaded that back in the
The
days
still is
when
empty. It'll take at least a few hours to grow another batch of wetware.
it was, I had made that so many years ago that it was actually a big deal to have anything above like 360p. So I was like, hey, these videos actually look like the game now, as opposed to just this shitty, blurry stuff, which all of the videos up to that time looked like. We kind of take it all for granted now, don't we?
The wetware won't form a connection.
I should get... Still have floppy drives?
I'm not that hungry.
Oh, I have Seventh Guest in my Steam library. I haven't played it yet. Don't you just love how I can't solve a single puzzle in this game? It doesn't really give me any hints. Because... I mean, unless, did I not do, I thought for sure I did this with... What the hell's going on? No, specifically about, like, the override.
Hi, I'm Sheffy, your interactive...
What's on your...
On the menu, protein, and for dessert.
Sounds...
If you want something else, you can always download new...
Yeah, that right there. Okay, download new recipes. Great. I want a metal sandwich. Right?
Will the machine work without you?
If I have an accident, the machine will continue to dispense. We don't want you starving in an emergency now, do we?
So we want to stage an
Will the
accident.
machine work with...
If I have an accident, the machine will continue to dispense. We don't want you...
Okay, so we want you to have an accident, and we want to give you a metal recipe.
Why can't I put metal in the recycling?
It might be dangerous at the request of...
Newton Civic Housing Services.
But isn't plastic great? It's so easy to get...
But what if I want that heavy protein...
I'm sorry, I'm not just a chef. It's my job to keep you safe.
How would I stop you stopping me? I need a fork.
Why would you want to do that? Don't you like me? I just want to make sure...
So, you object to me smack...
It takes some pretty serious damage. Only qualified THE systems technicians can get me open.
Which I am not
Looks like
one.
messing with your software is my best bet then.
Which I thought this is how we mess with the software, right here.
Ciao. It's way too big to copy onto a memory block.
Oh,
It's not compatible.
that makes sense.
Hey, we're not Ozzy. Hey, we're Ozzy.
Why does this still work?
What's on your recipe card now?
I see there's some new recipe data.
Here we
It
go.
looks like...
Apparently whatever virus was writing that T-mail is doing some damage. You don't look so good.
It's nothing that can be moved around.
Sounds more like you need someone to put you out of your misery.
Oh my! All of a sudden we got more dialogue. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of take any file, hopefully not too big, but just open it with a text editor, and you see all those weird symbols. That's what this makes me think of.
Why can't I put metal in the recycler?
Not while I'm a boss.
I don't like your food.
I like your face.
Why would you have that programmed in? Snarky.
How do I get trays and cutlery?
Fork.
Yes? And the trays?
Please.
Why can't I put metal in the recycler?
Not while I'm a boss.
How would I stop you stopping me? And how would I stop you?
Yeah? How about I stop you stopping me stopping you?
Then I guess I'd have to stop you stopping me stopping you stopping me?
You're safe. Yes.
Will the machine work without you? What? That doesn't really answer my question.
Is that Link?
You're really annoying. You know that?
This takes one to know one.
What?
Your mama.
You don't look so good.
I'm a chef.
That's nice. What about your...
I'm a chef.
Yes?
I'm a chef.
Ciao.
Alright, I'm gonna... Did that come out the way you wanted? Oh yeah, I have that. I have that little booklet thing. Oh wait, I don't have... It's not cut out like that, but... Alright.
Hey, how's he...
Well, I broke it, but it's not tricking it into accepting metal.
Hey, how's... Hey, I'm hungry.
Did I miss something from all that?
Bonjour. What does you want faster?
Why can't I...
Not while I'm...
Okay.
Will the machine... That doesn't really... How do I...
Fork! Yeah.
Ciao.
What was the point of all that? It only broke this part. It didn't break this part. Still broken.
Ciao.
Oh yeah, it just summons that, for whatever reason.
Hey, you want this?
Huh?
It'd probably wipe it clean as soon as it saw what was inside. I've got to find something useful to do with it. It's not compatible.
Okay. I can't believe this! This is ridiculous! I thought overriding the system would make it do what I want it to do. But it didn't change anything meaningful whatsoever. All it did was just...
Hey, we're not lousy. It's not compatible with it. It's not compatible.
That prompt. This?
Hey, we're not lousy. Hey, lousy.
I don't know what you mean. I actually don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what you mean by the other program. I mean, when I clicked over here.
Forsooth, who would summon?
I think Chefy the chef's come down with something.
The steward harbors a blight? Zounds! This shall not be allowed to continue! Foul harbinger! There are grave accusations of treason upon your head, steward! Stand and face me! We shall see what trial by combat makes of you!
I'm sorry, I don't quite...
Have at thee!
Well, that takes care of her.
Oh, my room is empty now. Oops. Why did I do that? It's like exit, I guess, is what that was about.
Prying it open with a fork won't help. Got it.
Slowest person ever to get that. God damn.
This is it. Animus Organics. You think Central's right on this one?
I still don't think an AI, however powerful, could predict a crime like this.
However, if it does help us catch the mindjacker.
Central hasn't exactly been generous with the details. I don't really think we're gonna find anything here. There are other, stronger leads we ought to be chasing.
Which one am I? I'm this guy. What did I say? See, now I'm acting in a very strange manner. Look at this guy. What is he doing? Wait, so... okay.
Hey, Lau.
Yeah?
Let me know if you find anything.
Will do, Regis.
Sometimes I just think about how strange this looks. Okay.
I always make sure this is the car we take out.
They're all the same, Charlie.
No, they're not. This one's mine.
I was talking to the player.
Hey, anyone there?
Doesn't look like anyone's around.
I'm confused. This is a woman named Max? Why do they have to do this? I don't want to be more confused than I already am.
Hey, Lau.
Yeah?
I've lost count of the number of times the mindjackers struck.
In Newton or globally?
Oh, just a figure of speech. He's been on the rampage for too long, but now he's in our territory.
Should give us the advantage.
I think of Max Power. That's who I think of.
Do we have any ideas about our perp?
The fact that he's stealing data straight from living neural wiring is disturbing, but it tells us a couple of important things.
Oh?
Well, previously caught mindjackers have usually burnt out after 1 or 2 attacks. Sharing a whole other's brain worth of data is pretty taxing.
So we're looking for someone with a really specialized wetware setup in their heads. Pity that won't tell us what they look like.
The other problem is how slippery this guy is. Only fragments of appearances on camera, no clear witnesses.
Which means he's either a master of disguise,
or there's some pretty high-up collusion to hide him. That wouldn't surprise me if he were a business hire.
Still, after this many hits, he may start to slip.
Even if it's just his psyche breaking.
At least we've managed to link the previous mindjackings to one suspect.
It's the MO. Historically, mindjackers have used some kind of external gear. They use another system to extract, before storing it in their own neural tissue.
So they'd need a terminal.
Which is usually how we catch them. It's conspicuous.
But are mindjackers not behaving the same way?
No. His tools appear to be built into his own bodily wetware system. Some kind of resonance imager in his body, maybe.
Whatever it is, it's less invasive as well.
Exactly. His victims suffer massive hemorrhages, but no external injuries. State of the art, but a dead giveaway.
Okay, so there's a really tough case to crack here with the mindjacker, and he's really elusive and stuff. Everything else goes so fast.
So, Central predicted our mindjacker was going to strike here.
You don't trust it?
I just don't understand how it came to that conclusion.
Obviously, we're doing our jobs right. We collect data, which Central interprets. Based on that data, it maps a pattern.
But why isn't it a pattern that we could see?
It's not only us. Central's got all of the city, the whole net to draw on.
But it won't tell us how it's come to the conclusion where the mindjacker will strike. Does it think we can't understand? Is it concealing something?
Just be glad we've got an advantage like Central.
I still don't like it.
You don't like that Central's predicted this, do you?
It's not how investigations are supposed to be done.
Admit it. You're afraid your job's going to be stolen by machines. Kind of like weavers, factory workers, authors.
Just how old do you think I am? No, don't answer that. I just don't like having that key bit of information kept from me.
You need to learn to work with Central. It's not our enemy. It works for us as we work for it.
I was gonna say something, but I already forgot it. Oh well.
Animus Organics.
That's what the sign says. They're one of the city's largest computational biotech firms.
What do they make?
Wetware mostly. Wouldn't be grown here, probably in Eurofed.
This place is just the offices?
Regional headquarters, Central tells me. Do we know why it predicts the next attack will take place here?
It won't share that with us. Need to know. A high-tech firm like this must have secrets worth something to a mindjacker. Wetware, huh?
Yeah. Specifically for forming neural connections between systems. The blue stuff. The nanomachines keeping the modern world running.
It's funny. When I think nanomachine, I picture tiny gears and turbines. When really, they're just bits of proteins and macromolecules.
They still perform all kinds of mechanical tasks. Just smaller.
I guess I'm technically more of an expert in them than you are. I used to make them for a living.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know what to do with them anymore. Organic computing. That's my field.
Let me know if you find anything.
Will do, Regis.
Maybe. No. Here we go. Come on, Leisure Suit Larry style. Let's walk out in the middle of the road. Okay.
Lau, you there?
Regis, right here.
Okay.
This is Regis. Come in, Central.
Central standing by.
Okay.
What's your take on the case, Central?
An individual of unknown origin is prosecuting a global series of attacks. These involve the removal of data from the minds of victims. Invariably, the speed of the process has had a deleterious and fatal effect.
Yes, those are the facts. But what's your opinion on the matter?
All we have are facts, Dr. Regis. These must be analyzed in order to apprehend those responsible.
And that is why AIs would make lousy detectives.
Cell retains an investigative corps of specialists such as yourself, Dr. Regis. Your role is in no danger, you can be assured.
I never said I thought it was.
Though you may not be neurally linked, and I am unable to directly access your mental activity, a lot can be learned about an individual's thoughts by observation.
Okay. So I mean, that seems detective enough to me.
Status report, Central.
All operations within centralized emergency logistics nominal. Anti-civil activity index within tolerance at .004. Weather forecast, dry. Highs of 12 Celsius, UV index of 8.
Less general. Updates on the case?
New data, Dr. Regis.
Okay, thanks. You don't usually make predictions on high-level cases like this, Central. What's different about this one?
Limited progress was being made through conventional investigation. To expedite the investigation, I was tasked to provide more direct oversight.
Hey, are you saying we can't do our jobs right by ourselves?
I am a civic coordination AI, Dr. Regis, with responsibility for 9.4 million inhabitants. Slander of colleagues would produce no gains for the city.
Oh, yeah.
A fact which, on occasion, I would hope you would pay more attention to.
Okay.
What made you think the Mindjacker was going to strike here?
The professionalism of the attack suggests that these are not merely random targets. Though the reasoning behind the attacks remains vague, patterns form from previous incidents. The probability of tonight's attack was sufficient that it warranted investigation.
Obviously, you're using data gathered by myself and Dr. Lau. But since we haven't found a pattern in our work, I guess that you've got more sources than us.
Correct. However, that information remains classified.
Huh, what a surprise.
You remain skeptical, Dr. Regis?
It's not how I think of detective work, Central. I don't believe human behavior is something you can just map.
2 centuries of research in probabilistic sociology would disagree.
We'll see.
There is no such thing as free will. Ah!
What do we know about Animus Organics?
Biotech firm, manufacturer of computational wetware and other biomechanical products. First publicly traded stock in August 2044. Currently sitting board members include...
Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. Why do we think the Mindjacker's going to strike here?
The projection has been based upon previous targets. Using a Markov German distribution map, outlying variables can be...
Statistics aren't really my thing, Central.
You would have been unsatisfied with it's beyond your comprehension.
I guess you're right. Regis out. Hey, service!
Animus must be one of those places that doesn't keep staff working nights. Very strange.
Or maybe they got mind-jacked into walking away. I'm not sure exactly what constitutes a mind-jacking. Can you just control them and make them do monkey dances in the street? This is red?
Hey, Lau.
Yeah?
Let me know if you find anything.
Will do, Regis.
Do work. Do what I do. Pace. You can't. If you're going to divide this up differently, you can't use the old labels. You have to use different labels. Open this. Seems reversed. Seems like you should have the label out here and the quantity in parentheses. Techno paper laser stone. What? Oh. I'm gonna drain my battery this way. See if I can get 3 in a row though. Nope.
Hey!
Doesn't look like
Go in.
Hey!
Animus must be one of those places.
Cell agents! We want to talk to someone.
Looks like we'll just have to help ourselves.
What the hell? I clicked on that before.
The elevator's locked. Panel says authorized personnel only.
I guess we need to find someone who counts as authorized, then.
Just shoot it.
What the hell?
He was mind controlled into jumping.
What'd you find?
A security card. This man was custodial staff, a janitor.
Probably not our mindjacker's target, then.
Still, I don't think this was an accident. We need to find out what's going on here.
I don't like this game anymore.
It's unlocked floor 26 for us.
Must be where its owner was working. Damn it all.
Burns all around the planar nodes and his wetware wiring. Yeah, this is our mindjacking victim.
Central was right.
The attack was recent, maybe minutes ago. The mindjacker was probably interrupted by the janitor who ended up on the street.
There's only one other way out of here, to the roof. We need to get up there before he escapes again.
Man, let's take our time. Let's not be too hasty here. Now she's pacing.
The attack was recent, maybe minutes ago.
The mindjacker was probably interrupted by the janitor. Didn't want any witnesses.
He probably didn't mean to send him out the window either.
His ID badge says Gerbach, Avery. He's an HR supervisor.
If the mindjacker's in corporate espionage, it's a pretty strange target.
Have Central run his data. See if it can flag anything.
Trying to read the chat, but they're not talking about anything relevant, so. Okay. Wait.
Nah. A roof access door.
From the keypad, I'd say it looks like it auto-locks.
This keypad must be to stop people getting up on the roof.
It's old-fashioned, but effective. Kind of like you.
Hey.
Is that really an insult? Aha! Numbers.
Hello, this is Philippe. I am away on assignment at the moment for 1 month. If you wish to leave me a message, you can do so after the beep. Or if you have a story, please contact the news desk directly.
His ID badge says he's an HR.
If the mindjacker's in corporate espionage, it's a pretty strange target.
Have Central run his data. See if it can flag anything.
Okay, so lab-grown human meat, but it's not actually human meat. Oh, but no humans were harmed. Yeah, sure, why not? Indulge in our morbid curiosity at no cost to anyone. This is the person that made the or sent the email to the body, so
Hello? Do you know what time it is?
Sorry, wrong number.
this is the correct one. That's why I'm gonna see what all these do.
Sorry, wrong number.
Why are you calling me right now? I'm at work. I told you we'd talk about this later.
Sorry, wrong number.
Hello, it's Pat. If you want to give me money, I'm busy. If you want to borrow money, go away. And if you don't want to talk about money, don't ever call me again. Jeez.
That's why you go through these.
Hello? Is this David? Listen, man. I know I have some explaining to do.
Sorry, wrong number.
You don't just finish the longest journey, that's the point.
I think I found the office manager's contact.
See if he'll help us. Remember, be consistent when you're talking to him.
Oh, I'm gonna fake being somebody.
Who is this? Do you have any idea what time it is?
Mr. Ratwood, my name is Dr. Regis. I'm an investigator
no.
for Cell.
What? I mean, what's happened?
We're on the trail of a dangerous felon. He's killed dozens before, and without your help, he's going to escape.
Oh God. What's happened?
We need to get up to the roof from your office. We have reason to believe someone we're pursuing has made their way up.
Oh, jeez. Well, I'm the one with the code, but management's ordered me not to let people up there. That's why we've got the lock in the first place.
You want to wind up in jail too? Sure. Play hardball.
Do you want Cell agents bringing you in as well? All this stalling, I might think you're working with the killer.
No, I'm not saying anything. Take it up with my lawyer.
Great. Now he grows a spine.
That actually worked in Gemini Rue. You say, I'm the big bad guy. Wonder if the other choices... I clicked out the window. See, now she's pacing.
Hey, Lau.
Yeah?
This door is really starting to get on my nerves. Lau?
Don't worry. I think I get where you're coming from.
And who says brute force never solves anything?
Not me, that's for sure.
Hey, Lau.
Yeah?
No, I haven't saved the game at all.
Looks like we found our latest casualty.
Damn it. Why him, though?
I was wondering the same thing. We're assuming the Mindjacker's a data thief. The usual MO would be to target valuable info he can sell on the black market.
But this guy, he was an HR administrator.
Apparently a very good one, but not the kind who'd be let in on company secrets.
We'll just have to ask the Mindjacker when we catch him. That body on the sidewalk.
That would have been a long fall. He must have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Came across the Mindjacker in the middle of what he was doing.
Paid for it heavily, too. Let me know if you find anything.
Will do, Regis.
Oh, okay. Well, we have an autosave. This is the most boring name that anyone has ever come up with, ever. Even computers are usually more interesting than that. But that's all I can think of.
Come on, we've almost caught up with him.
The Mindjacker!
Freeze! Cell agents!
He's gonna have the chopper right up to him here. I like how this fan is just spinning here, so, and this is going off too, so we know that everybody's actually just chilling here. I need to go to the bathroom, so let's freeze the intense moment here for another couple minutes while all your hearts race. What the heck is going on here? None of this seems like it would make any difference.
Lay down your weapon and put your hands above your head.
Does that ever work?
Sometimes. It was worth a try.
None of these would work. They shouldn't work. Just shoot him. And hack his brain.
You're under arrest on suspicion of illegal trafficking of neural data, breaking and entering, and homicide.
Let's not forget, shooting at cell agents.
Except that wasn't clarified.
Cell doesn't appreciate people shooting at its agents.
If you cut it out, maybe we'll put in a good word for you.
The only way off this rooftop is down, either with us or over the edge.
Frankly, the second one's fine by me.
What?
Oh, even better. When do I get to play as that guy?
What? He had lifting gear?
He's escaping by aerostat.
Central, our mine-jacking suspect has fled the scene by air.
Interceptors dispatched. Belcorp officers have arrived on scene at Animus. Please return to headquarters for debriefing.
Nuke it. We were so close.
What?
Lau, Max,
What? Huh?
were you sleeping on duty?
Sleep? No, I was trancing. For work, of course.
Dr. Lau was submitting her case report.
We were so close. Have you found the aerostat he escaped to?
It was
No
just a
records have been
dream.
found of such a vehicle.
What?
Radar and air traffic records show no aerostat present at that time, and no communications traffic has been identified regarding the aerostat.
Maybe he deleted them? Covered his tracks?
That would require access to an improbable number of systems, including my own. Such an undetected intrusion into central systems is implausible.
Are you saying we're lying?
It is possible that you were mistaken. Human error. For the moment, you are advised to pursue other lines of inquiry.
If you say so. Something's going on here.
No, it hasn't. It's too early. You have to get attached to characters before you start killing them off. Also, I really, really doubt anything happens to Max, which is still a strange name. Because you asking that question's ineffective, right? Okay. No, but I don't think anything's gonna happen to Max because my reasoning is entirely everything to do with Victorian robot. Wonder if you could put it together. Why I would think this way. Because yeah, it has to do with resonance. And your opinion of resonance was it was great until the moment they killed off the character that you liked. And that made the game worse, but you said this game was better, and you said this is your this is your favorite character. So I can say what I want. There's only you and me and... Oh. Well, we killed off Cheffy. Cheffy? Nah, it's Cheffy.
One of Central's fisheye cameras. Someone has covered it in tape.
Why don't you take the tape off?
Trying to tidy Lau's desk for her is a battle lost before it's even fought. That's what she says, like it was something from the art of war. I spend as little time as I can working on there. That's how I get results. The way out.
Oh, we do have multiple screens.
You've reached Psi, Cybernetics, and Ceramics. Hello? Hey, I know someone's there. I can hear breathing. If it's you punk kids in here, I'm gonna run a trace on your number, and then we're gonna have a little chat.
Sounded like I just called Moe's Tavern. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Okay, so that's my old-fashioned but decreasingly effective ways. Okay. That's my rent. Someone in this kind of field at his age should be owning, should not be renting. Is the economy still that bad? Yeah, that's consistent with the other thing. What? Yeah, we did this already, right? Okay, my cat's pulling stuff around the room. What are you doing over there? Oh, he's just climbing in the box. Okay. This is the only thing they talk about? Centralization is stupid. It's called the single point of failure. God, when will anyone ever learn? I'm going home. I really am going home, huh? Or I can go to the balcony. That's my home, right? Where I just paid my rent.
When people worry, there's always something they find to help them. Drinking, the trance, even God sometimes. Me, I've got a place I like to go to. It's helped me when I've been troubled in the past.
That's not a very long time.
It took a lot of work to make, but it was worth it. This engineered tree is the kind of memorial I think she'd appreciate. I'm not climbing that. It's sickly enough as it is. It's empty.
What? Did my other character take all the gardening tools? It seems to be backstory, but not like actually something to achieve here.
A big old jolt's not gonna make it work. I'd better not put it away. I might need it.
I'm gonna go back here. Wait, with that other person coming over?
Hey, Lau.
Yeah?
I wonder if I just stayed in the elevator if they would have taken me back outside.
Got any ideas where we can look next?
I thought you were supposed to be the lead on this case. We could look into that other lead. What was his name?
Gil Vanderwall?
Yeah, that's the one.
I thought Vanderwall made it pretty clear he wasn't going to speak to us.
Might just be the way you handled him. Tact is apparently not your strong point.
I like to speak my mind.
I'll contact him and see if he's more open to persuasion. He might cooperate if you're not there threatening him with physical injury.
He's a dyed-in-the-wool felon. He deserves worse.
But if he can help us...
All right. See what you can do. Let me know if you find anything.
Will do, Regis.
I'm sorry. I remember that name, but I don't remember the exact place it came up. So, yeah.
Locked. Dr. Santiago must be working on something he doesn't want me seeing.
Did it again. What is that? Hey, buddy.
One of Central's fisheye cameras. They picked this guy up last night. He's got something in his wiring that might be contagious. I guess that means I'm safe, but still, poor kid. Hey kid, you alright? One of Central's
Freeze, scumbag! Oh, wait. This. Forgot I had this. I can't wait on this. I got. Yeah, I can. I can wait on this. I'll go here.
Here goes nothing.
Dr. Regis.
Yes?
Regis? Central's still giving us a negative on the aerostat. It's like it just vanished. So I thought I'd better give you a heads up.
Do you mind? I was in the middle of something. How did you find me?
Central told me you'd be here, at Fulcrum Tower. Also, it said, stop turning your traveler off.
What a surprise. I like my privacy, though. That's why I come here.
You hang around the balconies much?
Didn't he already say this or something close?
Take a look at the plaque.
Viksha Regis, beloved... Oh. Regis, this is... I'm sorry, Charlie, I didn't know.
You wouldn't have. I don't tell anyone about it.
Wow. I know you've got some seriously high-up strings you can pull, but I didn't think they'd ever let someone be buried up here. And how the hell can you afford somewhere like this?
I want to say all of these.
She isn't buried up here. She was processed, like anyone else.
I see.
The tree's special, though. I made it myself, from scratch.
Planted and grew?
No, made. It's a cross of Chrysophyllum canito and Prunus cerulata. The junk DNA in every cell of it contains her entire genome.
Wow.
Takes a lot of looking after.
But you're doing it for her.
Makes it all worth it.
Okay, if you have that much technology where you can just make things, let's take all the genetic information and do our magical sciencey bullshit and make a tree. No, just make your wife again. Why not? Everybody thinks that death has to be so final. We need to find out. That's the big puzzle, is how to keep it from happening. It's just a science problem. It's not like some inevitability.
We were married for 4 years.
I'm sorry it couldn't last.
We met in our professions. She was a engineer as well.
You didn't have kids?
My previous work, well, it left both of us infertile. We had embryos prepared through IVF, but we never got to using them.
I'm really sorry. I remember reading... It was Baxter, wasn't it?
Don't push it, Dr. Lau.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's a big philosophical question, right? About what person is it, right? If you just take the information versus making a copy.
You're right, though. This place is very expensive. Why do you think I live in a pod in the southeast barrel?
I didn't know that was where you lived, either. I think I figured out why you went off the grid to come up here tonight. You heard about Baxter, didn't you?
They let a monster like that walk.
They didn't parole him because they approve of what he did. He's out because he's got skills Central thought would be useful. With a governor jammed in his limbic system, well, he won't be the same man. He can't even imagine hurting anyone again.
Even if it were completely true, I know that there is absolutely no way I could forgive him.
On the bright side, he'd probably be pretty mad at you too. Well, if he could have thoughts like that anymore without falling over and puking. You put him away, and that counts for something. I know it's not exactly normal for you to open up, but if you want someone to talk to,
Central wants us?
I'm afraid so. We better get going. You coming?
I just need a moment to think, Max. A little privacy. It's why I came up here in the first place.
I understand, Charlie. I'll be in the car. I'll see how long I can stall Central.
Max,
Yes?
Nothing.
That's all right, Charlie. I understand. I'll be in the car.
I can't ask for her help in this. I'm not even sure what this is yet.
You are alone, as requested?
Yes? Now what is this about?
1448D-A, 1448D-B, 1448D-C, 1448D-E.
Excuse me?
What?
What about them?
They were removed from the Alrasis Medical Center, originally deposited at 1615 on the 11th of November 2065. They have been fertilized by yourself and Dr. Victor Regis. They were frozen at the earliest viable phase of growth. 3 are female and 1 is male. They were deposited after your fertility treatment proved...
Stop! Why are you telling me this? Who are you? And what are you doing with my kid... my embryos?
You are about to meet with a contact, Gil Vanderwall. In his home is an active memory
He's your
module,
son!
a most unique model. You will secure it for us. Further instructions will follow.
And what if I don't? That image could be a sim.
Apparently, you need more incentive not to waste my time. One is gone. 3 remain. Do it quickly. Your legacy is in jeopardy.
Fuck. It was just a question.
To save the lives of our children? I think I can accept that.
How in the world does any of this tie into the first?
So, despite the incident at Animus, I may have some good news. We might have a break in that string of mindjackings.
Vanderwall agreed to talk.
Yeah. How'd you guess?
He couldn't hold out forever. What did he say?
Didn't want to talk over the...
Lau?
Central wants a word.
Dr. Regis, Dr. Lau.
This isn't just a social call for an update, is it, Central?
Dr. Regis, lately you have spent a great deal of your time off network. It is for your safety and that of the citizens that we...
Central?
All points bulletin, evacuation in progress at Barber's Gate Transit Station. Case officers Regis and Lau assigned to crisis management.
What's happening at the...
All case data has been transferred to Dr. Lau. Your vehicle has been rerouted. Please seek an expedient resolution to the situation. Central out.
Business-like as ever. Let's go see what this is about.
Advertising. It's all the same crap wherever you are.
It looks a lot more impressive if you're wired, though.
Supposedly, these things are interactive, if you're wired.
Considering joining the present day, are you, Regis?
Bah. It sure looks like everyone evacuated in a hurry. Nah, that's a job for the corpsemen. I always make sure this is the car we take out.
They're all the same, Charlie.
No, they're not. This one's mine.
Alright, let's conversate.
He doesn't look like he's coping well with this.
Hey, don't be so mean about the corpsemen. They're what keeps Cell running.
I'd be a lot more impressed if they didn't have Central pulling their strings the whole time.
Sir, over here.
I'm Dr. Regis. This is Dr. Lau. We've been assigned as crisis management.
Corpseman Durian, 4th Network.
Has it gotten any worse?
Not yet, but we've not heard any word since...
Hey, I'm the only one here who hasn't got wiring in his head. Central hasn't had the decency to update me.
Oh, sorry, Charlie.
Well, it's another one, sir.
Another what?
A, bomber.
What do you mean, another one?
This is like the 4th this year I know of. Central's been doing its best to keep public awareness down.
I guess it doesn't want public panic about it.
Or it doesn't want people to think we haven't got it under control. So how do you know about it?
I talk to people? I've got a social life, unlike someone.
Central marked him when he tripped a chroma sensor. Central locked down the trains and started an evacuation. It looks like he panicked and holed up in one of them.
Has the bomber issued any demands?
No, sir, he hasn't. Every time we got close, he just started yelling. Threatened to martyr himself. Kept calling us heathens and federals.
It means he's unstable.
But the fact that he hasn't done it yet means he's having second thoughts.
He didn't have a choice. He was made for this.
Regis?
He's a bio-bomber. The explosives are made of... they are his bones. That's how he tripped a DNA sensor. What's Central's position on this?
You're asking for the AI's opinion? You must be getting soft.
It agrees that the bomber poses a limited threat to public security.
It's specified that it wants you to make the call, though. You're not going to like this. Central's just bumped the priority. It wants the suspect neutralized.
Neutralized is a vague term. I'm gonna try to talk him down.
Regis?
It sounds like he's hesitating. I may be able to exploit that, but just in case, get to high ground.
Fine. You probably know what you're doing.
The signal is hope. Don't fire until you hear me say it.
Hope. Got it.
Keep the public away, and run one more check for bystanders in the station. We can't afford casualties if this goes wrong.
Will Central approve of this?
We don't have time to wait and find out. Wish me luck. Hello?
Who's there?
I just want to talk. I'm unarmed, and I'm opening the doors.
What do you want, heathen?
Like that twitching dude in the holding cell or whatever.
You sound like you're from America. Am I right? Texas, I'd guess.
Yes, you're right.
I thought so. I grew up there myself, near Fort Worth. What part do you hail from?
Houston.
I can remember what it's like out there. It's part of why I came here in the first place. I'm Dr. Regis, by the way. Some folk call me Charlie.
Thomas Beckett.
Like the saint. Nice to meet y'all, Thomas.
You're surrounded. Yeah.
So, how do you like the city?
It's a wretched den of sin, like Sodom or Gomorrah.
Well, it's not my favorite, but I wouldn't go that far. I take it you're not here as a tourist.
I'm here to do my duty and strike a blow for the Lord.
Really? We're a long way out from the war here. Whole other continent, in fact.
Yes, I know. But now I'm surrounded, and I must make use of what I have. The fire within me.
Oh, these are trickier. What should I do?
You don't look well. It's a common side effect of sloppy prenatal genetic engineering. That, and having your body lay explosive nitrates in your bones instead of calcium.
I don't want your pity.
It shows just how little the Gengineers who made you cared about your health. They made you to walk and to carry a bomb in your bones.
Though my body is weak, my spirit is stronger than ever.
Regis, I'm in position. Visibility good, 0 crosswind. Standing by.
There have been times when I've lost faith, but I can't let this be one of them.
Yeah, hope. Oh, this is tricky. I mean, I don't even know what result I want. I could just say, well, I've managed to buy enough time, so now I can just say hope. Or I can see what one of these others do. Kind of want to see... I guess if I fail, I can go back and do it again and find out what more things do. Let's just keep the friendly chat.
I used to work with guys like you a whole lifetime ago.
The Lord's warriors?
Something like that. Kids who'd been altered, weaponized youth. You've grown up with so many health problems, groomed since birth for a noble sacrifice. But this, does this seem like the glorious role you were promised?
It is my duty to God to sacrifice myself.
In an empty transit station, thanks to a piece of bad luck? You've been used, manipulated. Your genes were altered before you were even born. You never had a choice.
It's a test of my faith.
Your parents probably didn't have a choice either. If they didn't agree to do it for religious reasons, well, I know that warlords can find even worse ways to persuade people.
Mother and Father were always so sad. I couldn't understand it. I was going to do God's will. But if I agreed to go with you, I'd have failed in my duty. I'd just be a prisoner in a strange land.
For the Lord hears the needy and does not despise his own people who are prisoners. Psalm 69, verse 33.
You're right. Wherever I am, I'm always in the Lord's sight.
There are more ways to do his work than destruction. We can help you find it. We can probably even fix your bones.
All right. I shall not resist.
Thomas, you've made a wise choice. More importantly, you've made it for yourself. Corpseman, the suspect has surrendered. Take him into custody. Carefully.
Yes, Doctor.
Regis, that was amazing! Central's going to be pissed, though. That was a huge risk.
Screw Central. Come on. We've got work to do. The Corpseman can handle it here.
Yeah, with a little help from the bomb squad.
Sorry.
So, Vanderwall finally agreed to cooperate?
Yep. Said he could give us a head start on the minejacker.
We'd better not keep the man waiting, then.
Why did I want to succeed so... okay. I'm gonna save this. I bet autosave is same spot. Yep. Oh well, we can't go back. Maybe next time. That makes sense. Yeah, I agree. I just haven't been thinking about it. I failed. Maybe I can do the thing where... I don't know. I play through it once, it's sort of my game, and then I can go back and just be like, oh, what if I do this? What if I do that? I guess I could do that. That's probably the way I should be doing these, is try to win, try to do everything right the first time, and then you go back and try everything else. That's how I did Stanley Parable.
I don't get the appeal of this Cubist stuff.
Looks more like abstract impressionism to me. A classic piece by Chandler, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, that's a lot less impressive when you can call up a search inside your head.
You've never struck me as much of an art lover.
I'm not so keen on this kind of thing. The mag coil keeping it floating, however. An adjustable magnetic coil, previously used to keep a piece of art floating in the air.
Yeah, that's pretty useless. That's a waste of resource right there.
Nah, my apartment building's already got one. Hey, Max.
What's up?
How about, what are we doing here?
Any luck with the Mindjacker's airship?
Still nothing. Like I said, it just vanished.
And Central still claims there wasn't anything there at all.
But we saw it, Regis.
Exactly. Something's not right.
Central is corrupt. Gee, didn't see that one
Give me
coming.
an update on the Mindjacking case.
Labs come back with the report on the body at Animus.
We can definitely link that one to our investigation.
Same MO. Victim was wired, brain burnt, but not consistent with a straightforward murder. More like a rapid, intrusive, and destructive brain scan.
So we're still going with memory theft rather than elaborate assassinations.
Exactly. No conclusive patterns on targets, I'm afraid. Vanderwall said he would give us a lead on the next victim, though.
So much for him retiring from organized crime. I wonder if Central's hiding something.
Why do you hate Central, Charlie?
What? I don't hate Central.
You're always arguing with it. I've seen you sabotage more cameras than anyone. It does so much for Newton. The city runs like a well-oiled machine.
Maybe, but I think it's working in inappropriate areas.
What would count as inappropriate for a city coordinator?
Like this. Fundamentally, policing is a human matter. Machines and synthetics don't commit crimes. I don't expect them to be able to understand how perpetrators think and act.
So, you're old-fashioned. You'd rather not talk about it. Maybe later?
But if people are corruptible, then they shouldn't be... this argument again.
How are you holding up?
I'm okay. A little hungry.
I meant about what happened at the
I
station.
have a protein.
I think you did the hard work on that one. Don't let it go
mess.
to your head, though. That bomber. He was American, wasn't he?
He certainly had the accent. Sounded Texan.
Did you know him?
It's
Dr.
confirmed.
Lau. Texas is an enormous place. I do not happen to know every single other person who lived there. And besides, I left well before he would have been born.
Do you ever regret doing that?
Not for a second. Especially after seeing how it's gotten now.
Oh no, my homeland.
There's more to what was between you and that kid, wasn't there? Like you said, you never met him before, but it seemed personal to you.
You're very perceptive, Dr. Lau. It's useful for an investigator.
You want me to stop asking?
There's a reason that kids like him, and hundreds others, exist. It's not because the seditionists thought that weaponizing the human body was the biggest innovation since air power, but the engineers that got to make these kids, for whatever reason, didn't say no.
Regis,
You could say I knew him too well, inside and out. That is what bothers me. Keep at it, Max.
Can do, Regis.
Vanderwall, you there? You sure he's in?
He told us to meet him here. Central hasn't logged any departures from this floor since this morning either.
We haven't got time for this, Gil.
I don't think he's answering.
It doesn't need magnetizing. It doesn't need magnetizing.
Just drag it through to the door and make it smash through it.
What do you make of this, Max?
My parents' old bot used to spend much more time in the charger than doing its job. I kept telling them to get a new one, but they never like to spend until they have to.
Hey, I can relate to this.
What do you make of this?
My parents' old... I kept telling...
Turn it off. Oh wait, I can magnetize the...
That's not going to fit into the charging dock.
I'm gonna charge up.
Nah, my apartment building's already got one.
No longer floating
It's
art.
way too big to take with me.
Plus, there's nowhere it would look good in your apartment.
You don't know anything about where I live. We've been over this.
For such a classy building, they've sure got a lousy old-fashioned elevator.
I believe the term is classic.
We're leaving already?
No, not yet.
Just checking it's still there then?
And we'll magnetize you.
Do I need to make sure this doesn't get too close to your head?
Wetware isn't affected by magnetic fields. Not like that, at least. You're not going to be warping my memory with strong magnets anyway.
Hey, lad, want this?
Wouldn't do me any good. It's a signature weapon keyed to your DNA. Besides, mine's bigger.
Why are you standing there?
I don't think it needs magnetizing.
Please do not interrupt active drone.
It doesn't need magnetizing. Cell agents, open the door.
We're going to have to try something else.
Don't tell me that.
At least it's staying put now.
It's a puzzle. No. Well.
Please do not interrupt active drone.
This is where I get
That's
stuck
not going
again.
to fit into the charging dock. That's not going to fit. That's not going to fit into the charging dock. It doesn't need magnetizing. Do I need to make sure this doesn't get...
Oh, yeah, that's right. We did talk about this. Okay.
That's not going to fit into the charging dock. What do you make of this, Max?
My parents' old bot, I kept telling them to get...
What do you make of it?
I kept telling...
This is all one thing, okay.
Nah, my apartment. Hey, Mac.
What's up?
What the hell?
You've got a brain for wetware systems, right?
Don't you mean full of wetware systems?
Huh. This isn't just me being offensive. Can you have a word with the door controls?
I'll see what I can do. Got it. I reset the password. It's now password 1.
I'm just glad you're on our side now.
Damn straight. I could probably make a lot more money if I turned to crime.
He's been murdered.
Gail, you in here? Oh, excuse us, miss. I'm Dr. Regis. This is Dr. Lau. We're cell agents. Miss, are you all right?
No.
Regis, this is a synth. Huh, the look on your face is priceless. It's a very expensive one, but it's still a synth. And apparently out of charge.
Something else about it bothers me more.
I know. I sure hope that isn't blood.
I gotta say it. Okay. If I was drunk, it'd be easier to say. It's blood coming out of her wherever. Right? You have to say it.
Hey, this one makes its plates out of porcelain.
And in a place like this, I'll bet it doesn't even have protein mash on its menu.
Protein mash, that's what it's called.
That's a very expensive synth they've got for a house girl.
Jealous?
She's not my type. What do you think they use her for?
They may be married, but I wouldn't put it past them using her for other things than cleaning. There's a product marker on its back. S&S Synthetics.
They're not showing up on a net search. Maybe Vanderwall has more info on his terminal?
Good idea. We can see if we can get their help in extracting more from this machine.
See? I'm not just a pretty face.
Hello?
I think I know what's wrong with it. Talk about anachronisms. I bet this thing still uses magnetic memory.
Can you breach it?
Sorry, no can do. Anything before wetware isn't compatible with my wiring.
I guess that's one way of making it more secure.
Howdy, partner. What can I get y'all?
There's been a bit of an incident. You don't happen to have seen what went on.
Hey, mister. I don't just go blabbing my customers' secrets like that.
He's bluffing. He never saw anything. You're just bitter you never left that wall.
Hey, it's a fine job I have here. I ain't seen nothing since Mr. Vanderwall got his wine out of the rack this evening.
What do you do here, then?
Why, I'm the bartender. I fix up drinks for the fine folk who live here.
Anything else?
Anything else? Heck, drinks is a whole lot of stuff to know. Why, I'm the foremost expert on fine drinking in these here parts.
So if anyone wanted to know what to put into a drink,
they'd come to me, sure as shooting.
vodka, on the rocks, twist of lime.
Regis?
Fine. Make it 2. I'll speak to you later.
I'll keep your tab open.
Combination lock on your fridge?
Is this refrigerator locked? Who the hell locks a refrigerator?
That's what
Maybe
I
they've
said.
got really expensive tastes. Although, they've got the food machine as well. Perhaps they've got something else in there.
Let's magnetize everything.
Jesus Christ.
What the hell happened in here? Did someone get to Vanderwall before he could talk?
Maybe it's a domestic gone bad? We should check around first.
What?
We need to get a look at it ourselves before the crime scene people wreck it.
Yes.
Good idea.
Really?
Well, yes.
Who are you and what have you done with Charlie Regis?
What do you mean?
You're unusually cavalier today. You got something on your mind? I mean, I know you don't usually care what Central thinks about regulations, but...
This time, I think it could help us get a lead on our investigation. Besides, all the time we waste, the Mindjacker may have found their next victim.
I like this, Regis. Let's get investigating.
It's like they had an industrial accident.
In the bedroom?
Damn
I think
it.
I'm carrying as much of Vanderwall around as I want to.
This is Dakari Vanderwall, Gil's husband. I can see 4 gunshot wounds in his chest. It was either these or he drowned, but that's kind of academic at this stage.
He's doing a what?
I don't think I can justify taking that. I have no idea who that's supposed to be.
Shall I trance it for you?
There's no such thing as comfortable ignorance anymore, is there?
Huh? You old people are weird.
Gil Vanderwall's cold, dead hand.
I know what that's for. You wish you have. What the hand is for? That's easy. That's an easy one.
There's something at the bottom of the pool. A pistol?
Our murder weapon?
One of them, maybe. It's too deep to reach.
Not without severely contaminating the crime scene anyway.
Magnetize it out of there?
I think that I'd lose anything that goes in there, like that pistol.
Are pistols magnetic? Come on. Doesn't matter what they are. Don't put me on the spot. What? So you think, oh look, I found something in the middle of all the other things, and then it's like, oh, you can't get it. Okay.
What do you make of this?
Aw, that's sweet. Must have been an expensive wedding. I don't know many people who could book the Notre Dame Cathedral for it.
Well, now that we know shit's serious, let's go back downstairs. push.
Hello?
I think I know what's wrong with it.
I think I'm confused. I'm sorry if I'm having a hard time keeping up the storyline, but what's the maid for? Thought that was gonna be like some. When I first see like, oh, it's a synth maid, it's like, oh, I see, because you couldn't get a real one. Then it's like, no, these are two twinks that are into each other. So it's like, that's a different thing than the original story I was mapping out in my head. I don't know. I'm confusiated. Ta-da!
It's definitely his hand, but the system won't recognize it.
I have to put my hand inside his hand. Then it will work. What's the matter? I don't like games that just say, nope.
It's definitely his hand, but the system won't recognize it.
Industrial accident. Or cathedral.
I don't think they're compatible. It doesn't need magnetizing. That's not going to get it open.
Howdy, partner. What can I get y'all?
There's been a bit of an incident. You don't happen to have seen what went on.
Hey, mister. I don't just go blabbing my customers' secrets like that.
He's bluffing. He never saw anything. You're just bitter you never left that wall.
Hey, it's a fine job I have here. I ain't seen nothing since Mr. Vanderwall got his wine out of the rack this evening.
I'll speak to you later.
I'll keep your tab open.
They've got a refined taste in wines, I imagine.
Actually, no. They're all either a couple of years old or fabricated.
Weird. Maybe they're doing something to the wine.
Like what?
Well, say they were also adding amphetamines to it, for example. If they accidentally ruined it, it'd be better if it was a cheaper wine. They've got a refined...
Actually, they're all...
Weird.
Like what?
Well, say they were also adding amphetamines to it, for example. If they accidentally ruined it, it'd be better if it was a cheaper wine.
Is this refrigerator... Who the hell...
Maybe they've got...
No, get the drone in there. I don't know why. I hope that's just an innocent question.
It doesn't need magnetizing.
I hope you're not gonna try to hint me at things. I don't want hints. I just got here.
Hi, I'm Chef
Oh my
What can I get
goodness.
for you?
What are you?
I'm Sheffy, your friendly food helper.
All right, what's this machine you come in?
This masterpiece is the THE Foods Gourmand Range Comestible Synthesizer. It's the best thing since sliced bread, which it even makes.
Sounds like it's trying too hard to be helpful.
I like helping. Helping is fun.
Ooh, you just nailed right at the core of the issue right there. Okay.
What's the difference between you and the one I've got at home, the J115?
Oh, I'm much newer. My dynamic protein stereolithography system means I can make nearly anything. I've got so much more flavor treatment. I can make just about any taste you desire.
What if I wanted some of that protein slop that mine makes?
Ugh, I'm sorry, I can't do that. But how about some truffles?
It's a snob, then.
What do you mean you can't do that? If I put in the memory card with it, you will make it. Why do we have a maid again?
Never mind.
Bye!
So can I grind up the hand into food?
He can't use that anymore.
You're in the damn way. What is happening?
Hey, what do you make of this?
Charlie, she's not going to answer you. Not when she's out of charge like that.
Yeah, I knew that.
Sure.
Was it what? What are you talking about? Oh. Oh. Organic wood. Now I have things. Cooking lubricant. What the hell? Used for food. Wait, I get to set the temperature? So do I want to start a fire? What am I doing here?
Cooking it won't work. That's not going to get it open.
Yeah, just fry up the lock mechanism.
A kitchen knife, one of a set. This sort of blade takes me back to my days in medical school.
Exothermic wetware gel is wetware gel.
Something smells good.
Did she just not know what I did?
Human hand, covered in thermal gel from the kitchen. It's sizzling and cracking as though from a barbecue.
Why did I do that?
It's definitely his hand, but the system won't recognize it.
Frozen hand. Oh my goodness. You give it a human temperature. Are there multiple? It seems like there might be multiple ways to solve this, but that's interesting. Okay. I should be able to. I still have to put in a password, even. I thought we get around the password when we do this. Ah, that's what I hate about this game so far. It's like I think I solved it, and it's like, nope, that's half the puzzle. That was the easy half. It's two-factor authentication is the term.
I think that I'd lose anything that goes in there, like that pistol. I can just about make out a pistol at the bottom through the mess.
Careful how you get it out, though. You're the one who's always lecturing me about contaminating crime scenes with DNA, after all.
I think that I'd lose anything that goes in there, like that pistol. I think I'm carrying as much of Vanderwall around as I want to.
I thought I moved my mouse over that and nothing showed up before.
See anything interesting?
There's an empty gun rack in here. Ammunition, maintenance tools, cleaning spray, but no gun.
In their closet?
Maybe it's their outdoor gear. There's fishing equipment in here as well.
Are you taking stuff again?
It might be useful. Call it a hunch. Apparently, the Vanderwalls were outdoor sports enthusiasts. They'd have to take this quite far inland to find any live fish, though. The rod doesn't seem to have a hook. Now it's got one enormous hook.
Nothing biting?
The hook sinks, but I can't catch that pistol at the bottom. There, a magnet at the end of a fishing line.
For catching submarines?
Why are you playing dumb all of a sudden?
Got it.
The murder weapon?
One of them, anyway. Why is it in the jacuzzi, though?
What we really need is a witness.
Vanderwall's antique semi-automatic pistol, probably not listed on the city's firearms register. I can't cut that.
Yes, you can.
What do you make of this?
It's a century-old Chinese copy of a 176-year-old US handgun. It'll have escaped registration by being classed as an antique rather than a weapon.
Vanderwall's antique semi-automatic pistol. Probably not listed on the city's firearms register.
That's right, I already did that.
An expensive fishing rod with a powerful magnetic coil as bait.
That's cool. But why did I get it? So you can shoot the lock? You will comply. Okay, look. Okay, stop moving!
What do you make of this?
Aw, that's sweet. Must have been an expensive wedding. I don't know many people who could book the Notre Dame Cathedral for it.
See... Huh? I mean, it could be anything, you know? Notre Dame. Who knows? I have a knife.
I know you're not keen on modern tech, but that's no reason to take it out on someone else's maid.
Mad.
Go and punch your food machine at home if you really feel like some Luddism.
That's not going to get it open.
It's 82071.
Is this refrigerator locked? Who the hell locks a refrigerator?
Maybe they've got really expensive tastes?
Just, I don't know.
Howdy, partner.
I'll speak to you later.
I'll keep your tab open.
That'd be one hell of a negligent discharge. That'd be one... Hey, what do you make of this?
Charlie? Not when she's out of charge like that.
Yeah, I knew that.
Sure.
Do you think I can recharge the synth with my stunner?
Afraid not. There's a layer of fake skin in the way. Depending on where you did it, you'd probably just burn out the more delicate systems.
Aww.
This is Regis. Come in, Central.
Central standing by.
What do we know about Gil Vanderwall?
Born in Pretoria in the Federation of Southern African State. Married to Dakari Vanderwall, former Olympic athlete.
How long's he been in Newton?
Immigration, March 2068. Awarded residence due to outstanding personal contributions to art and culture.
Despite his shady history?
Though accusations have been made of connections to organized crime, attempts at prosecution within the FSAS have all proven unsuccessful, as his social activity index has remained above 50. No further investigation has been taken by Cell.
That sounds like that stupid Orwellian Chinese citizen score crap that they introduced a couple years ago.
Central, about what happened at the station.
Post-hoc review is currently underway. Debriefing will take place following your return to Cell.
Let's leave it at that for now, then. Case update to report.
Hey, I thought we weren't telling Central yet.
Subject and spouse found dead in apartment. Request that you hold off on crime scene team until we complete a preliminary.
Unable to comply. Specialists are being
Oh,
allocated
did I
and
mess up?
dispatched.
Oh, come on. This is our case.
Please return to Cell when expedient.
Listen, you heartless pile of circuits. Not until we've had a look around.
Did I mess up? Guys! Did I mess up?
Any further updates on the Mindjacker investigation?
No additional reports from cooperating Cell departments.
It sounds like we're the only ones doing any work. Are we really sure it's the same perp?
Though Prolific Forensics has confirmed the use of the same wetware substrate in all instances.
I guess there aren't many places you can get the tools to steal someone's memories. What do we know about Vanderwall's connection to the Mindjacker?
Subject, Gil Vanderwall. Before immigration from the Southern African Federation, Vanderwall was known to possess a number of links to organized crime.
And yet we still let him into the country.
He possessed a reputation as a fixer, arranging specialized talent for criminal organizations.
And for hacking the human brain, you need some pretty niche talent and hardware. The kind of people that Vanderwall would have had connections to in his history.
He had been placed on Cell's watch list, but then he made a most surprising move.
He came to us. Doesn't that pretty much confirm his involvement?
It merely confirms his awareness, not necessarily his complicity. His death, however, is an added complication.
Central, please advise on our current objective status.
You have been requested to return to Cell Area Command for debrief. However, you appear to have remained at the crime scene.
Damn straight, we're not leaving until we learn more about what's happened.
Very well. You may perform non-destructive testing at the site until specialists arrive. Please note that this example of non-compliance has been added to your record.
That's what you said last time.
How are you?
So, how's things?
Heuristic and cognitive functions are operating within safe thresholds. Civic stability index is 5.9. Tomorrow's local UV exposure index is 11.
That's, great.
You are not obliged to make small talk, Dr. Regis. I am aware that you are uncomfortable anthropomorphizing the central human interface systems.
Huh. Comes a lot more naturally to people like Lau. Do we know what he's after within his victims' minds?
The destructive nature of the tools used has left no suggestion of precision. It may be that the specific target is being disguised amongst generalized disruption.
Or he really is after their whole mind.
A possibility, though requiring exotic means of storage and transportation.
Do we have any potential suspects yet?
Likely candidates within Newton have had implicit constitutional protections revoked. They have been subjected to Series 3 enhanced interview practices.
But no successes?
None. In 6 months of activity, we have only the Mindjacker's victims.
I'm surprised. With all the memory thefts they've carried out, you'd think there would be a fence, or a buyer.
Perhaps they are making a collection.
Was that a joke?
Not at all, Dr. Regis. As you yourself note frequently, I have no sense of humor.
Regis out. Hey, Max.
What's up?
Any idea what's wrong with the maid?
I couldn't even get a return signal out of it. My guess would be that it's run out of power.
Any way we can fix that?
It's supposed to charge itself, but apparently it hasn't managed to do that.
How? We can't haul that thing to a socket.
We'll have to charge the power cell itself. In a platform like that, the cell's usually in the upper torso, about where the heart would be.
You reckon that'd be easier to charge?
It's only about as big as your fist. Just have to get it out of her.
Oh, now that I plunge the knife. So you don't plunge the knife until you have that conversation and know what you're doing. So you plunge the knife into her heart and rip out the battery, then go charge it, and then put it back.
The body is Dakari Vanderwall?
That's right. Big Fat Vanderwell's husband. Apparently shot several times and landed face down in the water. Ironic. He used to be an Olympic swimmer. Lived and died in the water.
You'd heard of him?
I used to follow his career when I was in the 100-meter freestyle team at Grove Academy.
Isn't Grove an all-boys school?
It is. And at the time, I fit right in.
Wait, you used to be male?
Surprised?
Well, I wouldn't have guessed.
I'll take that as a compliment.
And just never changed your name. Now it makes sense.
Why do you think someone would lock their refrigerator?
Same reason you'd lock anything else. Something valuable inside it?
But what?
No.
Some people keep wetware at low temperatures to stop GGs.
And GGs are?
Still weird.
Oh, gray goo. Catastrophic exponential reproduction. Under certain conditions, the fabricators and the wetware make more of themselves.
And low temperatures prevent that?
Not really, but higher temperatures definitely accelerate the growth. People like to think they're in control, though.
No, What was I saying? Yeah, the locking, it's like a... It's like the Scarlet Letter thing, right? You can hide stuff in the refrigerator until you put a lock on it. Then everybody, their attention is drawn to it. Why would you lock the refrigerator? Let's get in there. See? Oh, we can keep talking about this.
Whoever did your changeover must have been one hell of a engineer.
No.
What was it? Baseline resequence with a pseudoviral vector?
No.
The field's come a long way since you were
Yeah,
in
it's...
Took a few other procedures as well. Newton's the best place in the world for that kind of work, though.
Can't argue with the results.
No, by that year we could all go
almost every
flip
day.
either side.
You know what I mean.
We can go. We can cross the bridge as many times as we want, several times a day if we wanted to. It's gonna be weird. I mean, no, it's gonna be normal there. It's gonna be weird to us, just like this dynamic they have. But yeah, it's gonna be. You just go to a booth at the mall and get a sex change, and then you change it back when you're done. That's the way it's gonna be. That's how it's gonna be in 2086 or whatever year it is. Or maybe 2186, but yeah, it's the way it's gonna work. It's gonna be available.
What do you think happened, from what we've seen so far?
The marks on the gun suggest Vanderwall shot his husband.
And the walls, and the windows, the bed, the door, the pictures.
Maybe a domestic dispute? We don't really know how things were here.
He wasted a lot of shots. Do you think he missed all those times?
Or he was shooting at something else and happened to hit Dakari.
God damn it, children. I missed that whole important conversation. That was like the most important thing they said today. They just had like a new speculation. All right.
think of the apartment?
Expensive and tasteless. I'm not keen on the decor either.
You mean the blood splatter?
No, the actual decor. I tranced an interview. Said his husband decorated it all. Apparently, this is just their city place. They've got a much larger house out in the savannah.
So he let Dakari run riot with the design here.
Apparently. He should have stuck to swimming.
You'd never mentioned the sex change.
Oh, we're still on this.
It's never come up. You're not much for small talk. I understand how personal that garden is to you. And I appreciate how difficult it probably was to open up about it.
So you thought you'd reciprocate with something in your own past?
Pretty much, yeah.
Thanks, Max. Any idea what's wrong with...
I couldn't even get it with my guess.
Anyway, keep at it, Max.
Can do, Regis.
So we will plunge the knife into the heart.
What are you up to?
Just doing some surgery. A silicon graphene rechargeable power cell. According to the gauge on the side, it's empty.
He wasn't as close to the microphone as he usually is.
A silicon graphene rechargeable power cell. According to the gauge on the side,
At
it's
least
empty.
at the beginning. Where do we recharge it? The food machine? Oh, out here. Oops. Not that I...
CI wetware systems
beginning reboot. Beginning recovery from
critical failure.
Basic input-output executing.
MBR unified bootloader executing kernel.
Kernel executing
SBININIT. Calibrating.
CI state
with USD.
Oh, that is better.
Hi.
Bonjour,
Can we
monsieur.
talk?
Hello. Who are you?
Je m'appelle Chantal. I am Monsieur Gale et Monsieur Dacqueray's maid.
You're a synthetic maid?
Pardon, mademoiselle? I do not understand.
A synth.
Excusez-moi, what is a synth?
It certainly stays in character.
I help the masters with their household things.
And where were you made?
Mademoiselle, I was born in France.
Yeah, because all French people I know run on graphene power cells.
What can you tell me about the Vanderwalls?
They are the best employers a young French girl could hope to have.
Are they really?
Quite so, monsieur. So loving. And with such exquisite taste.
Wow, they must have got this one customized for sycophancy.
Do you know anyone who might want to hurt them?
Oh no, monsieur. They are beloved by all.
Have you had your safety protocols removed?
Monsieur?
Would you be able to do anything Mr. Vanderwald told you?
Anything?
Anything.
Monsieur, you should not ask such questions. I am just the maid.
No, not like that. Like the other thing. Okay.
What the hell happened upstairs?
How do you mean, monsieur?
The room's recent redecoration. Shades of Geel everywhere.
And the body of Dakari Vanderwall, shot to pieces in the tub. Any opinions on this?
Oh, monsieur, I cannot discuss this. I have been told, most strictly, not to discuss what goes on upstairs.
Even if it includes the double homicide of your owner?
I have my orders. What would Monsieur Gale think if I went against him?
Probably not a great deal anymore.
She doesn't quite seem to get what's happened.
Might not have been written with a comprehension of abstracts like death.
So the maid murdered the dude is the thing. That's why she's got blood and wandered down here again for some reason.
2 men have been killed upstairs. There's blood and human remains all over the room, and all over you. If you weren't directly involved, then you're at least a material witness.
I am sorry, monsieur. I cannot say what happens upstairs. Monsieur Gill, he values his privacy greatly.
How about we take you down to cell and manually pull your memory apart?
Regis, it's a synth. Threatening it won't help.
What do you do around here?
I do the cleaning, the cooking, and the shopping.
And that's it?
Monsieur, it would not be proper for me to say.
So you are a sex bot?
Mon Dieu! How dare you infer such a thing?
What can you remember before you ran out of power?
Monsieur, I remember many things. My memory is holographic. But I have Monsieur Gill's confidence to consider.
Even if Cell requires it?
I cannot simply discuss what happens around here without his permission.
He's certainly paid for loyalty.
Maybe we can get more sense out of it if we knew who made it. Where did you come from?
Lyons, monsieur.
No, where did you really come from? As in, who put you together?
Monsieur, I do not know what you're trying to imply.
Superuser platform driver detail int 10216A actual update source.
Search S&S Synthetics, City of Newton.
The name's not appearing on the registration list. Maybe Vanderwall has the contact data?
If they can give us an easier way than cracking its skull open. Why the hell did they get a synth like this?
Surely you realize, monsieur. All the best maids in the world, they are French.
And the best lovers, I hear.
What are you implying, mademoiselle?
I never had Gil down as quite such a francophile.
I am also very discreet, monsieur. When you care for someone's home, there are a lot of things that you hear.
Or do.
Mademoiselle, such slander. And even if true, I would not say. I have Monsieur Gill's confidence to think of.
I just don't. Okay. The gun isn't gonna blow them into
Thanks.
80
We'll keep
pieces.
looking around.
My pleasure to evapt, monsieur.
Howdy, partner.
And you still suck.
There's been a bit of a... You don't have it.
Hey, mister. I don't just go
He's bluffing. You're just bitter you never let...
Hey, I ain't seen nothing since Mr. Vanderwall.
I'll speak to you.
I'll keep your tab open.
What is going on here? Why did I even bother with this earlier?
Hi, I'm Sheffy. What can I get for you?
What's on the menu?
If you're feeling peckish, I could whip up some grilled eggs and white wine sauce. Or how about some nice tartare?
Sounds better than what mine can do.
Or if you want some of Mr. Gill's favorite, I can always make toaster pastries.
How much did you set the Vanderwalls back then?
I'm only 410,000 quanta from all good retailers.
That's more than I make in a year.
These people can apparently afford the finer things. Can you make grits?
Don't you want a road engineer for that?
Grits is kind of like porridge. You have it with gravy.
Ugh, that sounds even worse.
I won't make any for you then.
Can you make beef fajitas?
Good choice.
How would you know? You never have to eat it.
I think I need to get me one of this model. Can you make Texas gumbo?
Of course.
Looking for a taste of home?
I've never found anywhere here that can do good gumbo. Can you make barbecue brisket?
Sure can. American style.
That'll do.
Extra sauce.
You bet.
Protein complex A or B.
Pardon?
What protein complex do you want me to make the meat out of?
Beef?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have any real beef.
Can you make chicken fried steak?
Absolutely.
You sure like your meat.
We've already got lab-grown meat. Not well. I don't think it's human meat, but
Can you make Texas gumbo?
Of course.
Looking for a taste of home?
I've never found anywhere here that can do good gumbo. Never mind.
Bye.
everything's hinging on that dumb password.
They have always loved Paris. They are planning to return next summer.
Oh, fucking A. Okay, give me a second. Just pick some random thing.
Hey, salut, t'es bien sur le répondeur d'Antoine Richard. Je suis désolé, mais je n'ai pas pu répondre. Alors laisse-moi un message ou rappelle-moi plus tard. Ciao.
Cell emergency. Jazz hands.
You've reached Jazz Hands. Jazzercise your way to help.
That is not enthusiastic enough. Re-record that voice. What? I didn't see that.
Hello. You have reached the offices of Legitimate Johnson, Nigerian Prince. Please leave your name, number, and social security after the beep.
Why is that on your contact list?
Hey, this is Rocco. If I didn't answer the phone, I'm either doing two things. Sleeping or living a way more interesting life than you'll ever have. Anyway, leave a message.
That guy thinks he's real clever. You know?
What's your name?
Sorry, wrong number.
I know I was supposed to contact somebody, and then I forgot what it was. I could contact the French embassy.
This is the French Embassy.
Got a
Opening
hotline
hours
straight there.
are Tuesdays 10 a.m. until 10:15 a.m.
If you need to buy some stuff, meet me at 12 a.m. under the 8th Wonder.
Sorry, wrong number.
Thanks for calling Blackmail R Us. Don't ask us how we get it, and we won't ask you why you need it. How can I help you?
Sorry, wrong number.
This is Al's Body Shop. We've been shut down. So, if we got your stuff, we'll try to get to you, but who knows? This is the cops. You can kiss me.
I don't know why I didn't do that one first. That's my favorite one. Okay.
Hey, Max.
What's up?
That's an expensive...
It can do also. It's probably anatomically accurate, too.
Excuse me?
Well, they won't tell your secrets. You're not going to traumatize them, no matter what you do. So, Mr. and Mr. Vanderwell probably got it to join in once in a while.
But why would...
I forget, you didn't grow up with synthetics.
Keep at it, Max.
Can do, Regis.
Yeah, I started skipping through that because I thought I'd seen it before, then I realized I hadn't. What was I going to look up?
What do you make of this?
It's a century-old Chinese car. It'll have escaped registration by...
We're sorry, but the number you've dialed is no longer in service. Goodbye.
Nina John?
Found someone you know?
Probably not. I think it's just a coincidence. And even if it was her, I don't think I ever want to hear from her again.
This.
Stepford and Son, Synthetic Associates. Liam Stepford speaking. Ah, Mr. Vanderwall. I trust everything is satisfactory.
Mr. Stepford, my name is Dr. Charles Regis. I'm a cell agent.
Oh my, yes. How may I help, Dr. Regis?
I'm investigating the death of one of your clients, Giel Vanderwall.
Oh my, yes. That sounds terrible.
We've got your company's name linked to the synthetic in the apartment.
Oh my, yes, a repurposed IL-240 platform running a BN-110187 update cycle. A maid, yes, and a very expensive one it was too, yes?
That looks like the one.
Oh my, yes, he purchased a complete body, though it looks like he had some afterwork done on it elsewhere, oh yes.
What kind of afterwork?
It looks like the personality was tooled elsewhere, yes. Likely to more particular tastes, yes.
Not something you'd do?
Mr. Regis, this is a family business, oh yes? We simply sell platforms. We cannot be held responsible for alterations thereafter.
What can you tell me about this synth?
Everything up until its point of sale, oh my yes. We recently acquired a number of IL-240 platforms, formerly industrial models. With some cosmetic retooling, they're fit for a great many humanoid roles, oh my yes.
Like housework?
Oh my, yes! Like this platform, we sell many without including a personality. There are a great many legal and ethical restrictions on the sale of AIs within Newton. But if one were to acquire an AI mind state from elsewhere and incorporate it...
It leaves you completely blame-free for whatever's done with it.
Quite so, Dr. Regis. Oh my, yes.
Okay. So we've had like I'm assuming we have a personality swap and a genital swap on this quote-unquote maid. That's what it sounds like.
We believe this synth to be a material witness, or involved, in a murder.
Oh my, no! How horrific!
It's unwilling to cooperate with us, though. Vanderwall seems to have ordered it to remain silent about certain areas of his home.
Oh my, secrecy is one of many reasons that users opt for non-OEM personalities. If you wish, I could have one of my engineers disassemble its mind state in order to recover memories. This may take several hours depending upon the algorithm used for laying down synaptic engrams.
I'm afraid time is a critical factor, Mr. Stepford. Is there any way I can do it here?
Oh, there may be. Oh my, yes. I shall transfer you the necessary tool.
What's this splitter for?
CI platform minds are modular, Dr. Regis. Oh my, yes. All are made of 3 components: personality, role, and platform memory. The maid's desire not to tell you likely stems from her personality.
So if she had a different personality...
Something more helpful?
She might tell us what we need to know.
It may not be quite so simple, but that is the foundation of the idea, oh my, yes.
Where would I find other mind state modules?
Any other platform that runs a communicative interface. It is not simply limited to synthetic platforms, oh my, no.
Okay.
What does a personality do in a synth?
The personality determines a great deal of its behavior, oh my, yes. In many cases, it's the most noticeable part of its intelligence. It governs how it may act and how it behaves in its interaction with users.
This one thinks it's a French maid.
Perhaps copied from the mind state of a real example of such.
If I hit this again, do I get the same thing or is it new?
What does a person...
The personality, in many cases, it governs how it...
This one thinks it's a French...
Perhaps.
Okay.
What does the role memory do?
It alters how a platform will perceive a situation, and also acts as a source of knowledge for its job.
How would it be different?
Take, for example, a man in the street. A platform with the role of a sales clerk may see a customer.
A law enforcement unit may see a potential suspect.
Oh my, yes, and the role will furnish it with instructions on how to handle it.
What is a platform memory component?
These are the memories that each individual unit has recorded. At simplest, it is often a holographic matrix in which engrams are laid down. Sight, sound, and any other sensors available are stored in here, oh my, yes. Based on its role and personality, a unit may have a different understanding of these memories.
So, it'd perceive it differently depending on how the rest of its mind was built?
Oh my, yes.
Okay. Might have to ask him again.
That's all I need to know for now.
Please don't hesitate to get in contact if you think we can help. Oh my, yes.
Hi, this is Salome Vestra. I'm not here right now, but if you leave a message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. And if this is Natalie, please stop bothering Solomon.
Oh.
Hi, you've reached Zalman Nosos. I'm not here right now, so please leave a message. Oh, and if this is Natalie, please stop calling me.
There you go.
Oh my god. I was just about to do it. I really thought that no one cared. Thank you.
Sorry, wrong number.
It's the most cruel thing to say. Sorry, wrong number. Oh man.
Oh my god. I was just about to do it. I really thought that no one cared. Thank you.
Sorry, wrong number.
Oof. Who is this?
It's about time you phoned. So do you want these bootleg Blackwell games or not?
Huh. Alright.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Hello. Thanks. We'll keep looking around.
Ma plaisir to event, monsieur.
No, I remember now. I got this new thing.
The CI mind-splitting program that Liam Stepford cross-loaded to my Traveler. Its job is to break the mind states of CI units down to personality, role, and platform memory units.
Can I not get... There are not any other selections? How does this work? Am I being an idiot again? God damn it.
Hey Lau, can I split your personality?
I don't have that much wetware wiring in my head. I'm still human, you know.
Technically.
Stepford and Sons, Liam Step.
What's this splitter for?
CI platform mines are modular, Dr. Regis. Oh my, yes. All are made of 3 components: personality, role, and platform memory. The maid's desire, not to tell you, likely stems from her personality.
So if she had a different personality,
Something more helpful.
she might tell us what we need to know.
It may not be quite so simple, but that is the foundation of the idea. Oh my, yes.
Where would I find other mind state modules?
Any other platform that runs a communicative interface. It is not simply limited to synthetic platforms. Oh my, no.
Okay, I get it.
That's all I need to know for now.
Please don't hesitate.
Oh, the memory you want to keep as the maid. I'm going to switch it to the chef. The role. Just mess it all up.
Hello? What can you remember before you ran out of power?
Oh, sorry. I'd love to help, but I can't.
You're not going to assist in investigation?
Don't get me wrong. I want to tell you everything. Only thing is, I'm built into the wall. I barely see anything.
Who are you?
Well, when they get messy, right?
Right.
I clean up the apartment, right?
Right.
And anything else that needs doing around here. I'm here to make everyone happy, whatever it takes.
Jeez, it's like giving amphetamines to a synth.
No wonder they only keep this personality in food machines.
Oh wait, I could take it from the bartender too. I just thought of that.
Why the hell did they get a synth like this?
Everyone needs to eat, right?
With you so far?
So why make it a chore? Food can be fun with so much choice available.
So that's why they made you like that?
Yep, I'm here to help anyone with whatever they need.
Hold on.
What do you do around here?
Yeah, I did that one already.
Not just any, I'm one of the best. I make sure you're not only nutritionally
No, wait, I haven't done this.
sound, but getting the best recipes THE Foods can offer.
Even though you're the maid?
Huh, that's weird. Could have sworn I was the food machine, but I don't swear, cause that's not nice.
Oh, I can get the... Okay. Oh, I want to do lots of stuff here. Okay.
Thanks. We'll keep looking around.
Have a really great day.
Let's save this. Okay. Let's do this. You want to keep the memory of the maid. I know that. So because of that, Yeah, the main thing is you want the personality of the chef to be helpful, right? But, yeah, so what does the barman know?
Hello? Who are you?
Well, when they get messy, right?
Right.
I clean up the apartment, right?
Right.
And
Did I
anything
do
else
this
that
right?
needs doing around here. I'm here to make everyone happy, whatever it takes.
Jeez, it's like giving.
No wonder they only... What do you do around here?
I'm the drinks machine. I give Mr. Giel suggestions on his wines and stuff.
Even though you talk like a food machine and look like a maid.
Huh, you know, that is kinda weird. Still, better stick to what you know. And boy, do I know drinks. Do you guys want something?
No thanks.
You sure? You look like a dry martini kind of guy.
Why the hell did they get a synth like...
Everyone needs to eat, right?
with you so far?
So why make food can be fun?
So that's...
Yep, I'm here to help anyone with what...
Thanks. We'll...
Have a
let's just be the barman here.
Hey, y'all.
Hello. Thanks.
Wait.
We'll keep looking around.
Y'all come back real soon.
Hey,
y'all.
Hello.
Wait, what's that achievement? 3 in 1.
What can you remember before you ran out of power?
Ain't much to remember. Gil chose another one of those terrible wines. Then he got some stuff out of the fridge and went upstairs. Ain't seen him since. Not much to remember when you're built into a wall.
Except you're not anymore.
Huh. Hey, you're right.
Why the hell did they get a synth like this?
Believe it or not, bartenders gotta be pretty smart.
Like a chemist mixed with a therapist.
Then shaken and stirred.
Exactly. People gotta trust their barman to know what he's talking about. How they gonna do that if they don't sound the part?
Who are you?
I'm the hired help.
You're a synthetic maid?
I clean up around here. Them boys are messy. Need a woman's touch around here.
Well, this is different.
I can't do a southern twang.
What can you tell me about the Vanderwalls?
They're a strange pair.
We can tell that from the decor.
They're trying to get away from their connections to organized crime.
You've overheard a bit about this.
Oh yeah, they've been trying to go legit for years. But with Gil, it was always just one more job.
Dang it. What? I don't know how to do that.
Thanks.
Y'all come back. Hey, y'all.
Have you had your safety protocols removed?
Nope.
So, this platform was restricted in terms of what it can do?
Nope.
Huh?
Never had him in the first place.
Must have been a customized personality.
Thanks. We'll keep looking around.
Y'all come back real soon.
I'm trying to figure out what I need to do here.
Hey, y'all.
Hello. Thanks. We'll keep
Nah.
looking around.
Y'all come back real soon.
That ain't the right one.
Hey, y'all.
Need to Now get out of this dang.
Thanks. We'll keep
goddamn
looking.
Y'all come back.
Nagbit menu here. Gotta go change the damn settings again. What in tarnation are we going after next? Are am I gonna move on to this game? Who's here? About an hour or so, Lauren might show up. I think what's going on is the bar didn't see nothing, 'cause he was stuck downstairs all tied to the wall. The maid seen everything, 'cause the maid did everything, little bitch. But I don't know why. I don't understand why. Who set up maid to do that? Poor little darling. She was coerced into this. Let's try this one with. Yeah, this one's just all confused.
Hey, y'all.
Hello. Who are you?
I'm the hired help.
You're a synthetic maid?
I clean up around here. Them boys are messy. Need a woman's touch around here.
Well, this is different.
What can you remember before you ran out of power?
Son, there's nothing I'd like more than to help a lawman. But sometimes a man's confidence is more important. What happens upstairs, well, that's between me and the Vanderwalls.
Why the hell did they get us?
Believe it or not, bartender.
Like a chemist mixed with a therapist.
Then shaken and...
Exactly. People gotta trust how they're gonna do that.
What do you do around here?
I'm the apartment's food machine.
What's your specialty, grits and gravy?
Just you wait. You won't believe what I can make.
Even though you're a maid rather than a food machine.
It's, well, now ain't that a dilly?
Dagnammit. Yeah, I don't know. I've lost the momentum here. I can't. I had a moment where I was going. Now I can't think of anything else to. I've got to put my normal cartridge back in.
Have you had your safety protocols removed?
Nope.
So, this platform was restricted in terms of what it can do?
Nope. Huh? Never had him in the first place.
Must have been a customized personality.
Thanks. We'll keep looking around.
Y'all come back real soon.
Alright. Hey, it's Ringo again. Have you been here this whole time? I don't know. I never checked the lurker list because that's rude. Actually, it'd make the music go silent so everybody know I was doing it. This seems to be... I don't even know what the role is for this. The main thing we need is the maid's memory and the chef's helpful personality. Those are the two things that matter. The role doesn't seem to matter that much. So let's just go with barman.
Hi!
Hello? Who are you?
Well, when they get messy, right?
Right.
I clean up the apartment, right?
Right.
And anything else that needs doing around here. I'm here to make everyone happy, whatever it takes.
Jeez, it's like giving amphetamines to a synth.
No wonder they only keep this personality in food machines. Have you had your safety protocols removed?
What's a safety protocol?
It stops you hurting people, or doing things you're not supposed to.
Why would I want to do that? That'd be real mean of me.
Yes, but sometimes there are accidents.
This platform's got nothing like that, but I'm not gonna hurt nobody.
Why the hell did they get a synth like this?
Everyone needs to eat, right?
Yeah, we saw this one.
So what food? Yep, I'm here.
Thanks. We'll keep looking around.
Have a really great day!
I thought it was when you put him in a headlock.
Hello? Have you had your safety protocols removed?
What's a safety protocol?
It stops you hurting people, or...
Why would I want to...
Yes, but...
This platform...
Thanks.
Have a...
I'm confused here. How are you ever gonna get that answered? Why did I do that? Get out of here.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Have you had your safety protocols removed?
Monsieur?
Would you be able to do anything Mr. Vanderwald told you?
Anything?
Anything.
Monsieur, you should not ask such questions. I am just the maid.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
No. Let's just try that.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Why the hell did the...
What are you implying?
I never had Gil down at...
I am... when you... Or... Mad... And you...
Have you had your safety...
Monsieur?
Would you be able...
Anything?
Anything.
Monsieur. I am just...
Okay.
Thanks.
My pleasure. Bonjour.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Why the hell did they get a synth like this?
Surely you realize, monsieur, all the best maids in the world, they are French.
And the best lovers, I hear.
What are you implying, mademoiselle?
Oh, I did see this a long time ago.
Gil down as quite such a francophile.
I am also very discreet, monsieur. When you care for someone's home, there are a lot of things that you hear.
Or do.
Mademoiselle, such slander. And even if true, I would not say. I have Monsieur Gil's confidence to think of.
Thanks. We'll keep looking around.
My pleasure.
All right. There's probably still more that I haven't seen, but I kind of want to just do the right thing. Which is the memory of the maid, personality of the chef, and the role of who cares, right? Let's do the barman. No, let's not do the barman. Let's do the maid.
Hello? What can you remember before you ran out of power?
Ooh, ooh, ooh!
Yes?
I remember something.
What is it?
I'm sorry. The memory module is holographic, but isn't wholly compatible. I need something to help me remember.
You're asking for a bribe?
Oh, Regis.
I just need one of those
Mnemonics?
Yeah, that's it!
So, something that'd help jog your memory about what happened.
Yeah, that's it!
Maybe we could use something from the scene.
Have you had your
What's a sip? Why would I want it?
Yes?
This plat...
Thanks.
Have a really great day! Oh!
Oh?
I remember! There was something about that and Mr. Gil?
Go on.
No, I'm sorry. There was something about his wine. But I'm afraid my thing is food, not drink. I don't know a thing about what they were doing to it.
Maybe we should ask someone who knows their booze?
Okay, there we go.
Hello? What can you remember before you ran out of power?
Ooh, ooh, ooh!
Yes?
I remember something.
Please no.
What is it?
I'm
What?
sorry.
Oh.
The memory module is holographic, but isn't wholly compatible. I need something to help me remember.
You're asking for a bribe?
Oh, Regis.
I just need one of those
That line sounded a little
Mnemonics?
forced.
Yeah, that's it!
So, something that'd help jog your memory about what happened.
Yeah, that's it!
Maybe we could use something from the scene.
Thanks. We'll keep looking around.
Have a really great day!
Does this ring any bells?
Oh, yeah! It's what Mr. Gil used when We were all up in the bedroom earlier this evening.
You're worrying too much.
You promised me that you'd gotten out of it.
I have. This was merely a favor for an old friend.
And look where it's gotten you.
They were arguing about something. It sounded big.
Don't you think I know what this could mean? You asked me to talk to that damned cell agent, and I agreed. You see what I do for you?
I know. And I knew you'd do the right thing eventually.
It's not just because it's the right thing, or because you asked. It's because of what it would mean to the whole city.
Mr. Gil was grumpy, but not at Mr. Dakari so much. Then he asked for some of his special wine.
Chantel, be a dear. Bring me my wine.
This was the lousy stuff they've got in the wine rack.
To law and order.
Yeah, but he puts extra things in his wine as well.
Ah!
Gil, what's wrong?
It must have been my... What is this?
What's what?
Mr. Gill seemed to be real worried about something.
Who are you?
Gil, what are you doing with that gun?
Stay away. Don't come any closer. Ah! No! Get off me! Chantel!
He sounded like he was in trouble.
Get it out of me!
He kept telling me there was something in him. I asked what he meant.
It's inside me! Get in there and get it out!
And the maid's personality. She'd have done anything he asked.
I didn't find anything, though.
So Vanderwall had a hallucinatory freakout.
Sounds like it was whatever he was putting in the wine. We'd better find out what it was.
Oh, I know! I know everything about drinks! Mr. Gill was buying up cheap wine and using wetware to artificially age it.
Wetware?
Yeah, he kept it in the refrigerator.
Ow! Geez, what is that? Can't you hear it?
Can't you hear it? Is this like a high-pitched thing where only the younger person can hear the higher pitch?
There, the wetware on the middle shelf. It rapidly ages the wine to how it's wanted.
Not anymore, it doesn't. It's been reprogrammed. That memory module's broadcasting a signal. The wetware in the refrigerator's interpreting it as an order to reformat itself.
So it stopped being a wine aid and ended up a powerful hallucinogen?
Looks that way.
You want me to carry it? You look uncomfortable.
Yeah, something about it hurts.
I'm gonna turn into something.
We're heading back to cell. A forensics team will be here in a while. Just don't try to make, cook, or clean anything while we're gone, okay?
I got it.
Oh, you found him.
Apparently this is what Central wanted me to see. Why would it do this? I stopped him.
Charlie.
I promised him I could help, and then it did this to him.
Maybe it's trying to hammer home the message. After all, Central didn't ask you to talk him out of it. It said neutralize.
Why would it be so?
Dr. Regis.
You. Soulless. Callous. I promised him!
His euthanasia was a necessary measure. 75% of the captured bombers have attempted self-immolation in custody. The risk of repeating such an action was unacceptable.
He wouldn't have.
Whatever the case may have been, cell command offices are now safe from...
Central?
Uh-oh.
General alarm.
General alarm. Central functions compromised.
Localized E-war attacks detected within heuristic barrier systems. Systems entering siege mode. All personnel equipped for abstract dynamic countermeasures. Please report to action stations. Repeat.
Abstract dynamics to action stations.
Sounds like I'm needed. Remember, no matter what Central says, you've done a great job today.
Okay. Chill music hype. I'm BRB. I'm going to the bathroom. I need to urinate. Okay. I'm sure everything ties in with the first character very well. And it might even be obvious to everyone except me. But I don't get it at all. I don't see it.
The strangely configured memory module demanded by the blackmailer gives Lau a headache when she's too near it, suggesting it's broadcasting a signal that her wetware is picking up.
In the bathroom? Yeah, absolutely. As you may know, your body releases these things called endorphins when you do something that's good for it, right? And the feelings can be, mild or more intense depending on the situation. This is, it's kind of mild, but it's pleasant,
They've holomapped his bone structure. Years of gene tampering left this kid's bones weakened and warped all around his body. They've holomapped his bone. Years of gene tampering left this kid's bones weakened and warped all around his body.
Wait, what is that about?
They've been using drones like that for auto or telepresence surgery since I was a kid. Looks like it's finished with the autopsy. The X-ray shows I was right. He had the spinal brace for scoliosis. It's a symptom of the genetic adjustments made to his bones.
You're not going to say that when they figure out how to kill death. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a medical expert, but everything's in the cards. I mean, you know, once they figure out how to get bombs in your bones, I mean, we'll just all play God. It'll be crazy.
Apparently, the high quantities of explosives in his bones was giving him joint problems. Poor kid must have been in a lot of pain. It's already been compiled for the report.
I don't think there's actually anything to do in this room. It's just where the scene starts. Yeah. Oh, that's still the case? What?
Knowing Lau, I can't be certain that her interest in that thing is purely academic. Better not touch it. Lau's probably got her own plans for it.
That's still the thing? These are all... No.
They picked this guy up last night. He's got something in his wiring that might be contagious. I guess that means I'm safe, but still, poor kid. Hey kid, you alright?
That's still a thing, huh? Oh yeah, I got this
The
memory module.
strangely
I forgot about
configured
that.
memory module demanded by the blackmailer gives Lau a headache when she's too near it, suggesting it's broadcasting a signal that her wetware is picking up.
Yeah, it's like Facebook. What the heck was this other place there earlier? Did I just never go there? I'm gonna just check it now, because I don't know if I'll have another chance. Oh. This is redundant. The back one's gonna get fired. Alright. Oh.
It's empty.
Now there's an option that says bench. Oh, is this my child?
What the hell is this?
It is what you saw earlier to show you two things. Firstly, it serves to prove what I have in my possession. Second, that you must be very careful what you say when you speak with me.
I have the memory module from Vanderwall's place.
Good. Place it on the bench in your garden.
I guess I will. I don't know.
Okay, module's in the garden.
Excellent. I'm sending you an address. It's a dump of a studio apartment out in the barrel. The occupant is on vacation. I want you to destroy it.
Excuse me?
Procure an explosive device, plant it within his apartment.
Well. Any of these except for this will end up with kids dying.
Where am I supposed to find a bomb?
You work for Cell, Dr. Regis. If anyone had access to such a device, I've no doubt it would be yourselves. Legitimate or otherwise.
Why do you want this apartment destroyed?
My reasons are not your concern, Dr. Regis. What is your concern, however, is the matter of your embryo's safety.
How would I even get something like that out?
I hear Central isn't quite itself at the moment. Strike now, while the iron is hot.
I guess I don't have a choice.
I knew you'd make the right decision, Dr. Regis. Return to your garden after the task is complete. I shall contact you then.
Oh. Okay, finally something sort of tied together-ish. Oof, back-to-back sentences with as well. Just comes across as really awkward. I guess if that's all we do here.
Great. I couldn't confess even if I wanted to.
Hey, this is Max Lau. I can't take your call right now. If this is Regis, remember the answer usually is switch it off, then on again.
Oh, come on. I mean, his generation, that's younger than my generation, and I know it. No, I already tried that.
Trying to tidy Lau's desk for her is a battle lost before it's even fought. That's what she says, like it was something from the art of war.
If I do that...
Better not touch it. Lau's probably got her own plans for it.
Nah.
Hey kid, you alright?
Just blow up the kid. Right? He's got explosives in him or whatever. Here's your not bare hands right there.
It's operated by Central. There isn't anything I can do with it. A big old jolt's not gonna make it work. A big old jolt's not gonna make it work.
I'm stuck. Okay.
The X-ray shows I was right. He had the spinal brace for scoliosis. It's a symptom of the genetic adjustments made to his bones. It's already been compiled for the report. Apparently, the high quantities of explosives in his bones was giving him joint problems. Poor kid must have been in a lot of pain.
Yeah, we used to. Got rid of all of our stuff.
It's a volumetric hologram. Even I know I can't actually grab it. Huh. I guess I should have turned these over to the evidence locker.
There you go.
A human femur from the engineered suicide bomber's remains. Because of his parental genetic tampering, it's packed with explosive nitrate compounds.
Seems like the femur would be pretty hard to remove, but then again, I've never done that before. Should I put it in there or should I put it there?
Got it.
It'd be an understatement to say it's been a bad day.
No kidding. I sure wouldn't want to be you.
Yeah, I've got a few problems, but I'm not going to let them threaten what I care about any longer.
You say that, but I think you're yellow.
Hey, I've got a plan.
If you're so decisive, why haven't you unfrozen any of those embryos?
It's been 20 years, Regis.
You know who it is, Dr. Regis. There's only one person it could be, isn't there?
You think it's Baxter?
Well, you certainly do.
Good evening, Dr. Regis.
Where are they, you son of a bitch?
I saw your handiwork and was most impressed.
So you'll give them back?
I'm sending you an address. You'll find your reward there.
Wait. Baxter? How is this possible? Traveler, begin recording. Lau, if you're listening to this, well, it means they've caught me. It wouldn't be right if I couldn't explain things to you, though. I've been blackmailed, with the lives of my kids. I traced the calls the blackmailer made. There's only one man who would have done this. And yet, thanks to the neural governor, he's also the only one who never could have. I've got to see that justice is done. Good luck, Max.
This is different.
Locked. They must have finished with the bomber.
Hey, Charlie.
That's Dr. Regis, corpseman.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Regis. Sir, I need your help, Doctor. Rescue brought someone in, but I'm not qualified to take the statement.
I'm very busy, Corpseman. Can't you find Santiago or Lau?
No, sir. They're still in the AR lab, trying to fight off the heuristic attack. It'll only take a second, sir.
Fine.
Oh, thank you, sir. I've been panicking all evening about it. She's in the waiting room at the end here.
Or we could just go the other way. Ah, meeting of the minds.
Oh, hey, some service. These flexes are broken. I can't input anything.
That's because they're not flex screens. They're sheets of paper.
Paper? What is this, the Dark Ages?
Hi there. Can you tell me what happened?
No hanging around with you, is there?
Can I take your name and SOC number?
Sesame Ladha SN 134244.
That's a nice name. Indian? Sri Lankan?
Dunno. Raised by the city. Why do you care?
My wife was Sri Lankan. She always... Oh, you don't care, do you?
That obvious?
Any aliases? Net, trance, flow, those sorts of things?
Mandala.
What's your employment status?
What do you think? Blue recycled overalls?
So, not currently employed.
Duh.
Perhaps they didn't think you had the right attitude for it. Your health status?
Dunno.
How do you not know that?
Been busy. Only come out to eat.
You're a thrall. Shall I put net addict then?
Put what you want. I don't care.
Where do you live?
The trance.
And where is your physical address?
Well, it was 13E8682 Zeus Street.
Excuse me?
13E8682 Zeus Street?
Why are you here at Cell?
They didn't tell you? Someone cut my network and locked my apartment. I just about managed to crack the door when the whole damn place exploded.
Exploded?
Sure, I didn't like the place, but I didn't do it. Hey, is there a net connection here? I haven't been able to hook up for hours.
Excuse me.
So, can I go?
Corpseman, the girl in there's life may be at risk. Do not let her leave without authorization from myself or Dr. Lau.
Can do, Dr. Regis.
Empty apartment, my ass. That girl was locked in there. That asshole knew what would happen when He wanted her killed. I know what he has against me, but why her as well?
Why is this taking so long? Can I get back in the trance yet?
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It isn't really that cold in here. It's probably just a formality.
Oh, God damn it.
He looks...
Guy!
I hope I don't catch anything off him.
There you go. There's your not answer, but similar speculation.
Old-fashioned hollow hardware for everyone who comes in here not wired. It may only show the news, but it must be connected to the net at large. It's different from mine, a whole lot older. There's a message on the panel. Insert coin, whatever that means. They must have huge vents in this building. My wetware's dried up. All I've got left is the crusty layer stuck to my hands. The lighting fixture's broken. Maybe someone went nuts in here and took it out on the light. I knew they weren't flex screens. Really. It's the paperwork they wanted me to fill out. Who even uses paper anymore? It's the same kind of thing they'd issue in the Skanto apartments.
Hey, let me out! I didn't do anything! This must be where people in here get water when they want it. This must be where people... What? Drink straight from it?
Yep.
It's already full.
Drink it. Or he can drink it.
A stainless steel trash can. They probably go through everything guess they're out.
Ah, metal fork. Oh.
Hey,
What?
would you mind not doing that?
Doing what? I wasn't doing anything.
I can see you, you know. The camera's there for your own safety.
Fine. I'd better find a way to fix that.
Yep. And they'll blame the other guy.
They must have huge vents in this building. I can't reach it from here.
Okay. Hey, I'm gonna do this check. I'm gonna guess that this was done properly. Let's see. Thursday, 10th of July. Let's see if we can look this up. $20.87. July 10th is a Thursday. It's a very simple lookout, but who knows? I've actually seen places mess that up. They just think they can assign any day they want to it. They passed the test. Okay, so what is this? Okay.
It won't bring up the menu. The insert coin message on the screen is in the way.
And you gotta tie the coin to a string. Oh, you don't have a coin. We'll transform the trash can into a metal coin.
Hey,
What?
would you mind not doing that?
It's funny is
Doing
when
what?
when I see her doing that,
Better find...
I imagine the table toppling forward this way, right? Because it's just the one leg in the middle. So if you put your weight on the side, it's gonna fall that way. All right. So what's going on with this guy?
Hello? Huh. Guess he doesn't feel like talking. You want this? Huh. Guess he doesn't feel like talking.
Oh.
I can't use it like that.
Throw it on
I
the
can't
camera.
reach it from here. The table's screwed into the ground.
Oh, there you go.
I can't get the screws out with my bare hands. My nails aren't strong enough for that. He looks sick.
I hope I don't catch anything off him. I can't reach it from here. A stainless steel trash can. They probably go through everything guess they're out. Huh? Fixed to the floor. What? Drink straight from it? It's the paperwork they wanted me to fill out.
Here, you do my paperwork.
You want this? Huh. Guess he doesn't feel like talking.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you have this now. What? I guess we're still being blocked from the interwebs. No.
I'm not giving it back. I can't use it like that. Better not. I might need it. I can't reach it from here.
Throw it over.
I don't think I can fill that up.
Hey,
What?
would you mind not doing that?
Doing what? I wasn't doing anything.
I can see you, you know. The camera's there for your own safety.
Fine. I'd better find a way to fix that.
Boo.
Doesn't look like it wants to barter. I don't have enough wetware to form a connection with anything. All my wetware's dried up. There isn't enough to form a connection. Nuke it. I just grew this batch. It feels like he's wired. I could probably make a connection with more wetware.
I wonder if
can't get the
Lauren
screws out
could show up soon. That would be interesting. But okay, Tog, if that's all you can catch tonight, then have a good one.
I can't reach it from here. The lighting fixture's broken. Maybe someone went nuts in here and took it out on the light. Better not. I might need it.
Hey,
That
What?
would
doesn't
you
make any
mind
sense.
not doing that?
Hold on, give me a second.
Doing what? I wasn't doing anything.
I can see you, you know. The camera's there for your own safety.
Fine. I'd better find a way to fix that.
Okay.
A rubbery plastic sheet? Why would he have needed... Oh, ew! A rubbery plastic sheet? Why would he have needed... Oh, ew! I can't use it like that. There isn't enough wetware left to form a connection. A rubbery plastic sheet? Why would he have needed... Oh, ew! I'm not giving it back.
I don't know. I'm missing that one. I'm stuck again. So we're not going to send malware through the cell headquarters.
I can't reach it from here. I can't use it. I can't use...
What is paper about?
As much as I'd like to, there must be something worse I can do to it.
I already offered him the paperwork.
You want this? Guess he doesn't feel like talking. I can't use it.
Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't look like it wants to barter.
There are things that I can try to do, but only after I get the camera off of me. That's really the issue here.
Huh? Fixed to the floor. A stainless steel trash can. They probably go through everything guess they're out. They must have huge vents in this building. I can't reach it from here. The lighting fixture's broken. Maybe someone... They must have huge... I can't reach... The table's just like the rest of Cell. Gray, functional, probably stronger than it ought to be. The table's screwed into the ground.
Well, I don't know how that could be because combed over this area quite a bit.
It's different from mine, a whole lot older. There's a message on the panel. Insert coin, whatever that means.
Hi there. How can I help?
Can I speak to you?
Sure. Just a second.
What's wrong with that guy on the bed? He hasn't said a word in hours.
We're not sure. He was picked up on the street yesterday. It looks like he's come down with psychophage issue.
So you're just ignoring him?
Well, there's not much we can do until we know what it is.
Why let it show symptoms? Why not connect someone?
All of our Infowar teams are busy with the... never mind.
Why are you keeping me in this cell? I haven't done anything!
Oh, this isn't a cell. The cells are only 2 cubic meters.
That's not the point! I didn't break the law!
It's for your own safety. Charlie's asked to make sure you stay here until he gets back.
I don't feel very safe. My apartment exploded.
Oh, ouch. Was it a nice place?
Well, no, but that isn't the point.
Accidents like that happen sometimes. At least Cell were able to get you out.
I'm not sure it was an accident. My connection was cut and my doors were locked before it happened.
Who'd want to hurt you, though?
That's just it. I don't know who. I mean, I've pissed people off in net matches sometimes, but this? So, Agent,
Just Corpseman, actually. Quince. What's your name?
Sesame, Latha.
Nice to meet you, Miss Sesame. Pardon my asking, but you were raised by the city, weren't you?
You read that on my file?
Nah, I was too.
No way.
Yeah, we're practically family.
I've been in here for hours. The guy in the bed isn't much company. What is there to do?
There's the terminal. You could check the news.
Ugh, I can't stand this much of the real world. It's so slow.
I'm sorry. People don't usually spend so long in here. It's just taking a bit longer than usual.
I'm starving. It's been days since the last time I ate.
And was that because you were deep in the trance?
That's not the point. I couldn't get the food machine in here to work.
Oh yeah, they take tokens. Here, have a few. You'll be able to get yourself something.
Is it any good?
What kind of machine do you have at home?
The kind that came in Skanto apartments.
Ooh, ouch. Yeah, kind of about that.
I need to get back in the trance. How can I make a connection?
Sorry, we don't allow trans connections from inside Cell.
What? That's inhuman! I have rights, you know!
Not to an internet connection, you don't.
Come on, I could just hook something up through that terminal.
I'm sorry, but it's for security.
Who was that guy who came in?
Oh, Charlie? He's one of the most experienced agents in Cell. A lot of people have trouble getting on with him, but he's just businesslike.
It sounded like he was panicking about something.
I've never thought of him as someone who gets worried. Grumpy a whole lot of the time, sure.
Turn the camera off.
Would I be able to get some privacy?
What do you mean?
Well, with that camera, I don't think I can, you know, personal stuff, business.
I'm sorry. I understand how you feel, but I can't cut the camera.
What? That's not fair!
All of the cameras are tied into the centralized network. We can't turn them off, even if we wanted to. It's for your security.
Oh, I see. You're not able to.
Charlie doesn't like it either. He keeps breaking the camera in his office. Central gets real mad at him for that.
So, how'd you know I was raised by the city?
It was a guess. But your name was a clue. You ever notice how they always assign kids names from nature? Quince, Sesame. We even had a pomegranate in my center.
Huh. I suppose that's true. Never met any with any cool names, though. No tigers or anything.
Yeah, I don't think they do the extinct ones, though.
Oof.
So, how'd you end up working for Cell?
I'm not sure, really. Kinda drifted in. Most of the kids from my center ended up here. Monroe Center, down by the coast, that is. Where'd you grow up?
Taylor, near the lake. Most of us just ended up on Skanto, unemployed.
I'm sorry to hear that. Personally, I think us city kids should stick together. There are so many of us, we'd be a force to be reckoned with.
So, what's your first name, Mr. Corpseman Quince?
It's Amadi, an Angolan name. Apparently that's where my family came from, but I've been here as long as I can remember. The first names are always from kids' cultural backgrounds. What about Latha? Is that, Indian?
Dunno. Probably. I came with a refugee shipment from the war. You ever feel like exploring your roots?
Not really. I grew up here. Newton is my home.
Yeah, there isn't really much for me in the old country either. Except thousands of kilometers of radioactive hot zone. Thanks for that.
Anytime. Just call if you need anything.
I have tokens. I find the narration a bit awkward. It's like 50-50 your character doing the narration and just these walls of text. It's strange. Metal fork.
I don't know how, but they've made it even worse than my food machine does. A sharp metal eating tool. Better be careful with it. I don't know how, but they've made it even worse than my food machine does. Doesn't look like it wants to barter. You want this? Huh. Guess he doesn't feel like talking. Ugh, how much of this slop do I want in my pockets?
Hey!
What?
Would you mind not doing that?
Doing what? I wasn't doing anything.
I can see you, you know. The camera's there for your own safety.
Fine. I'd better find a way to fix that. I could probably pop it open if I could reach it properly. Better not. I might need it. That sure won't make it taste any better. Better not.
You need the
I
food?
don't think I can fill that up. I've put some of it in the cup. It's a plastic cup full of a soggy, watered-down mix of food. You want this? Huh. Guess he doesn't feel like talking.
Doubt that they would have added new.
Hi there. How can I help?
Can I speak to you?
Sure. Just a second.
Thanks for that.
Anytime. Just call if you need anything.
Okay, just seeing if it added dialogue choices for whatever reason.
You want this? Huh. I can't reach it from here. I can't reach...
Hey,
What?
would you mind?
Doing what?
I can't. The camera's there.
I'd better find a... I don't think I can...
Hey, what did you do? I've lost the feed from the camera. Oh, jeez, Charlie's gonna kill me. Why did you do that?
I like my privacy.
Just don't do anything stupid, okay? Please? Hi there. How can I help?
Can I speak to you?
Sure. Just a second.
Sorry about messing up the room.
Charlie's not gonna be happy, but I've seen worse. At least it's not hard to clean, all this concrete.
Thanks for that.
Anytime. Just call if you need anything.
Yeah, okay. So now we're free to do everything.
Better not. I'm... It's broken, but I can't pull it off by hand. Ah! Ouch.
Are you sure we're not a suicide case?
I can't reach it from here. There. The table has been freed.
No. Blah, 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 blah.
I think it looks better without the screws. Not from up here, I can't.
Lauren, you made it!
I think it looks better with...
Have you played this game?
That's
You
not
know
going
what
to
I'm
help me
doing?
get through.
Just
They must
open
have
it.
huge... It's like built into the wall. If I wanted to get through, I'd need to cut it out. I think it looks better.
Ugh. Also, I didn't keep the screws.
Huh? Fixed to the floor. Better not. I might need it.
It's not, but it's fashioned after them.
There's no more room to pull it that way.
Aha!
There's no more room to pull it that way.
I can reach it, but I'm going to need something to get it open with. Prying it open with a fork won't help. That sure won't make it taste any better. It doesn't take coins.
It can. It can make a good screwdriver.
I can't use it like that. I can't use it.
I don't know what this is for.
I can't use it like that.
I don't know why I'm up here.
I can reach it, but I'm going to need something to get it open with.
Oh, man.
I can't The lighting fixture's broken. Maybe someone went nuts in here and took it out on the light.
I'm not sure why I care about opening the camera.
I can reach it. Doing my bit to fight the power. He probably can't see through that. A stainless steel trash can. They probably go through everything guess they're out. Huh? Fixed to the floor.
Yes!
I think it looks...
The walking through the table. Okay.
Ugh, how much of this slop... Doesn't look like it wants to barter. It's a plastic cup, full of a soggy, watered-down mix of food.
Apparently gave me a lot of food because I have this blob here and some in there and some here.
Prying it open with a fork won't help. I could probably pop it open if I could reach it properly.
But...
Prying it open with a fork won't help. Prying it open with a fork won't help. I can't reach it properly from down here. I could probably pop it open if I could reach it properly.
That's frustrating, because it makes me think, oh, if I just get up there, then I'll use this to pop it open.
The table's only got one leg, but it looks pretty strong.
This position doesn't seem very helpful at all.
I can't reach... It's broken, but I can't pull it off by hand. I've given it a handle made of that plastic rubbery sheet. It looks like a fire hazard. It's spitting sparks everywhere. Ah!
Don't.
Ouch. I've already got it open. Anything else and I'll probably burn down the building. It looks like a fire hazard. This kind of sums up my feelings about paperwork. I guess that's sorta safer.
And then put it out?
What am I making? Soup?
I don't know.
I wonder how long it'll burn for. That's gotta be some kind of hazard.
I forgot what I was doing.
It's not my job to put it out.
Oh wait, I have an idea. It's probably a dumb idea.
I'm going to need something more precise to get it open. Otherwise, I might as well just smash the whole thing. I can't use it like that. I can't use it like that. I think it looks better without this.
Yeah, it's really everything in here is just really confined to this one room. In fact, we've played 90% of the game as another character that she doesn't really know. They've kind of crossed paths just a little bit. But like the opening scene of the game was her. And then we played as this guy forever. And we come back and play as her again. And she really doesn't know anything.
I'm pretty sure cooking it's not going to make it any better. Better not. I might need it. Better not. I might need it. I'm not giving it back.
So strange. We really don't know.
He looks sick. I hope I don't catch anything off him.
That's all he's ever done. He's not responsive at all.
Hello? Huh. Guess he doesn't feel like talking.
Since this does take place in the year 2087. Hey, Alphabet Soup! It's never too late. There's this other feature where I can do this. In this futuristic world, you get this trance thing where you're like inside your own head. But there's like no interface right now because you're trapped in a holding cell and you're not allowed access to the internet, the outside world, or anything. So there are no features. Before there were some things I could interact with over here, but here there's nothing. But it's kind of cool. It's like, yeah, some weird neural connection with the outside world. But it isn't anything now.
What? Drink straight from it?
Hi there. How can I help?
Can I speak to you?
Sure. Just a second.
The table's in the way.
What? Oh, come on. Look, can you move the table, please?
It won't bring up the menu.
Or whatever. This thing. This funny guard.
Hi there. How can I help?
Can I speak to you?
Sure. Just a second.
Thanks for that.
Anytime. Just call if you need anything.
What? He just walked right past the burning. Okay. Seems so obvious once I thought of it. Guys. Okay. Cyanide! Hey, it's like the whole party just showed up. It's like everybody suddenly showed up and like you can actually see right at the top here, Tog leaves and then everybody's like, phew! Finally that guy's gone and everybody else shows up. Well, I'm just stuck forevers. It's just facts. It just happened like this. This is what you can see the history.
I think it looks better with... He looks sick. I hope I don't catch anything off him.
You want this?
You want this? Huh. Guess he doesn't feel like talking.
I do stupid ideas when I have no idea what to do. Do you want money?
You want this? Huh. Guess he doesn't feel like talking.
The backhand. I mean, not. It's like a front-handed insult. It's like the opposite of a backhanded compliment. It's a, yeah. Obviously that doesn't help, and I'm not asking for help.
Better not. I might need it. I'm pretty sure cooking it's not going to make it any better.
Oh, the twang thing that got saved. That's good. Let's see.
I can't use it like that.
Yes, you can.
As cool as it is, I don't think I can augment it any further. Better not. I might need it.
This bothers me. I don't know what this is.
They must have huge vents in this building. I can't reach it from here.
It's bolted to the floor.
I can't use it like that. I don't want to waste all of it in the cup.
I don't get this at all.
What am I making? Soup? It's already full. I can't reach it from here. I can't reach.
I'm so confused. I'm setting off a fire for no reason. The fire is way over here and it's bolted to the floor. I need to cut this going over here, and I have no idea why I have food in water.
It's a plastic cup full of a soggy, watered-down mix of food.
I cannot connect these dots.
It doesn't take coins.
It could.
Even if I could establish a connection to it, there isn't enough wetware left. Everything I can scrape off my hands is in the cup. The cup's getting full. It'd be a wetware growth culture if it was any warmer. Let's see if this works.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Easy. Nothing stands between me and my trance.
Oh my god, was this on the instruction thing?
It's a homegrown lump of techno-organic wetware gel. It's for connecting my brain's wetware to the external systems. It
No,
won't bring up-
I keep messing that up. If I go here, latest news. No, not latest news. If I go inside my brain. No. There it is. Yeah, sorry that I did it that way, but yeah, I remember this now. I remember reading this email way at the beginning of the game, the first time I was playing as this character. But there it is. Water, nutrition, and heat. Okay.
Got it. I can feel the net on the other side. Either it's got some pretty tough shielding, or it's too old to be compatible. From the look of it, I'd say the second one.
Aha!
Got it. I've made a connection with his neural hub.
Okay, so now that I have neural connections, I can do this. See, now I have things. Info wall and user guide. Let's do the info wall first. Oh wow, a separate room.
Hi? I'm looking for the internet. Are you tapping the line as well?
Indeed I am, except we appear to be doing it from opposite directions.
You're a hacker.
That sounds so crude.
The sort who prefers to be called an adventurer?
I'm merely a concerned citizen. You can call me Jinsel.
I'm Mandela. This looks a lot like the kind of place I used to live.
It ought to. It was right above your own. In fact, we're trying to reconstruct the data from moments before the blast.
You know where I live?
We wouldn't be taking our responsibilities seriously if we didn't. We also know that it appears you've been targeted deliberately. These are shots we've been able to recover of the man who planted the bomb.
That's the guy I spoke to.
You know him?
Yeah, he's the Sun Agent who interviewed me. He left like an hour ago.
Okay, so everybody that just joined, this guy is actually the second character, the character that I've been playing most of the game. Okay? Sort of spoilerish, I guess, if you just joined in the middle here, but, you know, not really for those of us in the middle of the gaming experience now. Okay, whatever, who cares? So this is also me. So you know that there's a fundamental misunderstanding taking place between the two characters I'm controlling.
Why would a cell agent be trying to kill me?
Often, Central's plots are unclear. This, however, is too direct and destructive for how Cell works.
You think it's personal then?
In any case, he knows where you are and that you survived.
He's also got me trapped in one place again.
Then it's imperative that we help you to escape. Our agent may be able to help you with that. He is close at hand.
Why do you think it was me they were aiming for?
We hear things. We're also aware that prior to the blast, you were trapped.
Yeah, someone cut my connection and locked the door.
It would appear that you were being kept in place until the bomb was planted.
They probably could have just done it. I'd have been in trance for hours.
They had to be certain. But now that you've escaped, it appears that your life is still at risk.
Wait, the guy in the cell with me? Blonde pseudo-leather jacket, got the shakes?
That would be Guy, yes. He's acting as one of our relays within Cell.
You think he can help me get out?
We work within our own specialties, and his is Cell. If anyone were able to furnish a means for you to escape, it would be him.
Looks like a partially built sim.
Indeed, we're using a number of different sources to reconstruct a scene. Cameras, chromatographs, even the charge variances and wiring.
So why are you hooked up to Cell? No offense, but you'd have to be crazy to hack Central.
Fortunately, Central is indisposed. An initial attack appears to have crippled it.
Ah, so lots of opportunists are trying their luck while the security's weak.
Precisely. I was assembling this sim at the same time, when you joined it through an outbound port.
Who do you run with? Collective? A nun?
We're a circle of truth seekers and underground journalists. We go by Jahilia.
Never heard of it. What's it mean?
Well, who controls the media today?
Chishiki? They're the biggest.
Exactly. Chishiki, whose name means knowledge. Except in this knowledge, there's nothing but trivia and lies. So where will people find the truth?
On the internet?
No, that's not quite it. Jahilia means ignorance. It's meant to be ironic.
Oh, I see. Even though you are on the internet, trance, that sort of thing, right?
I suppose. Anyhow, that's beside the point.
I'd better disconnect and see if your guy can help me get out.
Bit Tawfiq, I've sent you the location to find us at. I'll be here should you require any further assistance in your escape.
No doubt about it. This is the one who spoke to me. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I've got a question.
Yes.
This apartment looks almost exactly like mine. Well, except for all the data artifacts. And it's cleaner.
Not surprising, since it was right above yours.
Are you sure that agent wasn't targeting this apartment?
Unlikely. The occupant was away long term. Together with trapping you within your apartment and outside of the trance.
Yeah, I thought so. Just hoped it might be someone else they were after. Then I could get back to my trance. I read Yashiki sometimes. What's wrong with them?
That depends. If you want the banal and the trivial, they're absolutely fine. By having a stranglehold on the world's media industry, they are capable of controlling what the majority of the population are aware of.
Are they lying to us?
No, merely deceiving.
Huh?
What they want people to know, they'll report wholly, truthfully, and factually. This is how they've established their credibility. If they or their allies wish something to be suppressed, they have thousands of hackers on staff to destroy systems that pose a threat.
You're kidding.
Not at all. They lead the world in private sector espionage through a number of subsidiaries. As far as Jahilia are concerned, the things most worth knowing are those that others wish hidden. That is why we work against Chishiki, to ensure that the world knows the whole truth.
You're occupying this terminal's internet port. Mind if I connect to the trance through you?
I'm sorry, that's not possible.
Oh, come on, man. I'll only be a few Gbps. I haven't been on in, like, hours.
I can assure you, the trance won't be going anywhere without you.
Come on, I need to get back in there.
I'm sorry, I have to keep this port open for our data miners. Plus, it may not be safe for you.
They've already got me in here. What's the worst that could happen?
Think it through. If whoever has been targeting you notices you've come back online...
They'd realize I was still alive.
And exactly where you are. I'm sorry, but until we find out exactly who they are and what they want, you're going to have to remain out of the trance.
But, No, but according to what she thinks is going on, this guy does know that she's still alive, and therefore wouldn't be concerned about him finding out that she's still alive, right? It wouldn't make sense in her own head, even though her concern is actually true, because the actual person that was trying to kill her likely doesn't know, so the precaution turns out to be right, just doesn't match with the false story in her own head, if it makes sense. Is everybody all caught up on the story, sort of? All the people that joined late? I hope that it's starting to come together, at least to some degree.
Something's wrong with Central. Did you do it?
Not us. We've never seen anyone quite so devastatingly successful. A multi-vector heuristic denial of service attack against Central's inner systems.
But for that, you'd need thousands.
Hundreds of thousands of systems, well prepared, working in synchronicity. Or access to its innermost workings. It's almost too good to be true, all of Central down at a moment's notice.
How's the city still running?
They'll have auxiliary mechanisms in place. Newton's autonomic nervous system to Central's higher brain functions.
With Central suddenly down, Cell's security system was weaker than ever.
Precisely. An opportunity that Jahilia couldn't pass up.
Well, yeah, they're not going to get the whole thing, but there's, this particular part of it, I mean, like, I spent so much time in that other apartment with the maid. That took a long time, but that really has basically nothing to do with any of this.
What's Guy's job then?
He's a good friend of our cause, works as a relay. We keep a connection open to him, and he finds a way to get as physically close as possible to secure systems.
He looks like he could do with your help.
His link was lost several hours ago.
The Trojan psychophage she's infected with.
He has used some risky tactics for getting inside Cell before. While successful, it appears that his work may have overcome him.
What's your beef with Cell anyway? It must be something pretty big to go after one of the most secure systems in the world.
In an organization like ours, the word secure raises red flags. The mere fact that Cell is so opaque tells us they've something they feel worth hiding.
I've never had any problems with them. They seem to do all right running the city.
As long as you remain within your ever-flexible world of the trans, certainly. You may, however, miss that which happens in the tangle of the real that Central controls. And today there was an opportunity we just couldn't pass up.
Guy's going to help me get out, but what then? I can't exactly go home anymore.
We have much to discuss, and that would be better done on a secure site. There are a number of terminal nodes we use as drop points. One of those will suffice. But remember, do not access the trance on the net until we confirm it's safe.
Any idea why they're after me?
Have you been hacking anyone you shouldn't have?
Nobody who tried to kill me anyway. Could it be related to Cell? It was an agent who planted the bomb.
Not directly. If it was, they'd have finished you rather than keeping you prisoner. I have some theories as to what's going on, but we'll know more for certain later.
Once you've had a chance to pull data out from Central while it's down.
Exactly.
Something's wrong with Central.
Not us. We've never seen anyone.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Newton's auto.
With Central suddenly down, Cell security.
Precisely. An opportunity that Jahilia couldn't pass.
Thanks.
F1.
That looked like a dialogue that I'd already seen, and then it looked like it was something new. I don't know. Alright, let's listen. Let's connect with this guy.
I have no idea what it means, but it sure looks oppressive.
Have you considered joining the mighty works of Han? We must persevere in the great revolutionary struggle. All workers of Han are happy and fulfilled. Can you help me? I must go to the Greater Han Republic.
Hi there.
Oh, hey. Make yourself at home. Everyone else seems to in here.
I'm Mandela.
Guy, I'd shake your hand, but, well...
You alright?
Oh yeah, just peachy. Well, I would be if that imposter would go away.
I am not an imposter. I am the real.
Whose name?
You alright?
Oh yeah, well,
I am not an imposter. I am the real.
Whose name?
How'd you wind up like this?
Well, you know that urban myth about the human resources Trojan?
The one that makes you move to China and join a factory collective?
Turns out, it's not a myth. If I'm correct, Cell have brought me in for treatment.
That's a good thing, right?
Well, duh. I don't want to work in a Han factory.
All glory to the Greater Han Republic.
Shut up!
Jinsel says hi.
Oh, does she? Tell her she owes me double for this one. I lost touch with her hours ago.
She says you know a way out of here?
Well, sure. It's even easier when Central's down. Of course, I'm gonna need something from you.
What's with Pinocchio?
It's a disguise. Normally, by this stage, the Trojan is in control of its host motor functions. It makes a really clumsy mind state echo of the host, and uses it to try to make a convincing flight to Greater Han.
He didn't look like he's in control in meat space.
Peace, bread, and work in the Greater Han Republic.
It's kind of a stalemate at the moment.
He's taken to bombarding you with propaganda instead?
It thinks it can wear me down.
Long life and prosperity to our beloved land of Greater Han.
So, why are you in a cell in Cell with a broken Trojan in your head?
I'm acting as a relay for pirated connections into Cell.
That sounds dangerous.
Pays good, though.
Money is the yoke of capitalism.
Thing is, it's been harder and harder to get into Cell HQ.
So you infected yourself with this?
They have to bring in someone with something like this. Even if they can't treat it, they can at least quarantine.
Giving you an ideal spot to relay signals through your neural wiring.
Exactly.
Oh no, now I'm becoming lost again. I was understanding everything so well until now.
Fine. What is it you want?
This is what matters. That's what
I need an edge to help me get rid of the chatterbox. For that, I need epinephrine. See if you can get them to bring any in.
And if they don't?
You look clever. You can probably find a way to make it.
Substance abuse is the curse of the working classes.
Alright, well, clearly we need to get rid of the chatterbox.
Why do you want this stuff?
The people here don't exactly know what they're doing. Cell's treatment might work, or I might walk out of here and straight to Greater Han. The epinephrine will give me enough of a boost to make sure it's me who wins the battle.
We must persevere in the great revolutionary struggle.
Plus, it's the kind of thing that most chemical synthesizers can make.
Wait, like a food machine?
Probably.
What?
Why do you want this?
The people here don't exactly know what they're doing. Cell's treatment might work, or I might walk out of here and straight to Greater Han. The epinephrine will give me enough of a boost to make sure it's me who wins the battle.
We must persevere in the great revolutionary struggle.
Plus, it's the kind of thing that most chemical synthesizers can make.
Wait, like a...
Probably.
Don't go anywhere.
Ha, you're funny.
He doesn't really fit in here. It's the mole file representing epinephrine.
Received. Another system that is compatible. Damn it. Okay, so, oh, I could pull it back in here?
I can't just upload it onto the machine. I can't make a connection with it. I need to get inside it to get to its memory. Either it's got some pretty tough shielding, or it's too old to be compatible. From the look of it, I'd say the second one.
You guys are so well behaved. There's no revolt for the chat window missing. I still have more food.
Doesn't look like it wants to barter.
What do I want to do now?
Hi there. How can I help?
Can I speak to you?
Sure. Just a second.
Who knows? Maybe this guy will just tell me the answers.
The guy in the bed? I know what's wrong with him. He's contracted a human resources Trojan.
How would you know this? Have you been trancing with him? Because then we might have to quarantine you as well.
No, I had a friend come down with it.
Okay, then. I can get something to help. Unfortunately, I can only try to stabilize him for now. We have to wait for a specialist before we can try anything stronger.
He looks busy. A utility drone. It probably carries things around the building. He looks sick. Hello? Guess he doesn't feel like talking. Looks like it's full of medical stuff.
Hey, what are you doing to that drone?
I was just checking out the hardware. It's quite some gear you guys have.
I've done all I can for the moment. Let me know if he gets any worse, okay?
Okay. Let's see here. What is going on?
That sure won't make it taste any better. I can't use it.
Inject food, protein food into the bloodstream. Oh wait, scalpel. It's better than a metal fork.
This might be useful. I've already got it open.
Okay, so I've already caused a fire in here, and I have the camera lens. Okay, so everybody that's watching the VOD on YouTube, that's curious about all the stuff that people in chat have said that aren't making the video here, well, guess what? They've said absolutely nothing. They have not made a single comment during the whole time that I got rid of the chatterbox. So that joke is over. I'll just bring it back. Can we scalpel this one open too?
Wow, this is some really old hardware. It's going to need some upgrading if I want to make it produce anything complex.
Huh, it actually did work.
Looks like they cut costs by only giving the module a tiny lens. I'm going to need to find something bigger in order to produce anything more complex. I've upgraded the optical component with the camera's superpowered lens. A standard 1 terabyte memory block. This was apparently the only recipe available to Cell's food machine.
Let's make better food! Oh, wait. No, we're not gonna get burgers and fries. We're gonna make the stuff.
Hi, guy.
Hey there.
Hello.
She wasn't talking to you.
Epinephrine.
Why do you want this stuff?
The people here don't exactly know what they're doing. Cell's treatment might work, or I might walk out of here and straight to Greater Han. The epinephrine will give me enough of a boost to make sure it's me who wins the battle.
We must persevere.
Plus, it's the kind of thing that most chemical synthesizers can make.
Wait, like a food machine?
Probably.
Don't go anywhere.
Ha, you're funny.
Let's go here. You research the dark web about epinephrine.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Thanks.
F1.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Oh wait, I do have the epinephrine. Wait, can I like actually?
I don't think this can store it.
Oh, I just forgotten the fact. I forgot that you can carry this back. That's what it was. It's strange to me that it appears here.
There. It should be a lot more sensitive with that now. I hope it understands its new orders. Let's see what it can do now. Either it's got some pretty tough shielding, from the look of it.
Oh yeah, just coins, because it's in the memory chip.
It didn't sound like the machine enjoyed that. At least it managed to make me a cartridge of epinephrine.
Oh, pick it up.
You want this? Guess he doesn't feel like talking.
Well, I can't bring it with me into the mind world, I thought. Yeah, see, it's not here.
Hi, guy.
Hey there.
Hello.
She wasn't talking to you.
Don't go anywhere.
Ha, you're funny.
What was I supposed to do with it? Oh, an
The
injector.
cartridge is mounted in the ejector.
I forgot I had this. I forget a lot of things. I'm tired. It's 4 in the morning.
Now let's see if he holds up his end of the bargain.
I guess I gotta go in my mind again.
Better be careful what I touch. Anything could be a carrier for malware in here. Feeling better?
A whole lot, thanks. I managed to get rid of the knockoff. Give me a few hours. I'll be out of the wall and can help you leave.
I haven't got a few hours. What can you do now?
From here? Not much, but I could give you some options.
I need more than helpful suggestions.
I've got control of one of the utility drones. They use them for moving Kit around the building.
I might be able to escape if I was better equipped.
Atta girl. I've sent you the link to the drone. She'll be in your hub.
No. In my hub. What is my hub? Oh, this is my hub. Derp derp. Oh, wow. Oh, I could punk people. Yeah, you ready for that coffee run? And that makes just thinking about getting in my car and going somewhere makes me feel even more tired. I'm reading these descriptions really slowly and not really understanding. Let's go drive this drone down the highway. The thought of actually doing the coffee run, that sounds fun. The problem is, I just don't know if I could, I just don't think I could do it, but... It shut off.
A utility drone. It probably carries things around the building.
Please do not interrupt active drone.
You won't sit still long enough to get it open.
Where's my magnet? Oh wait, that was the other guy.
I may be good, but even I can't breach it quickly enough. That officer would see me. I can't use it like...
Yes,
I can't
just make a sticky puddle.
I can't use...
Use this like a net.
Come on, shoo!
Actually, it would.
Warning, power contact lost.
Huh.
A utility drone. It... This might be useful. I couldn't find anything else useful in there. Not unless I plan on taking the whole thing apart, and I haven't got time for that.
Here we go. Don't make too much of a noise now. Okay, this is a new section.
Dr. Lau, you have a visitor.
Oh,
Good evening, Dr. Lau.
hello? And you are...
Surely you recognize him.
Am I now this character?
I'm
No.
afraid you'll have to enlighten me.
This is Dr. Vargas, the Central Operations Coordinator.
Now, Galatea, there's no need to be quite like that. The fact that I am not widely recognized perhaps indicates how successful we are.
Yes, you're right, Father.
Vargas? Dr. Eduardo Vargas?
Quite so, Dr. Lau.
What brings you from the Fulcrum Tower, sir?
A most grave matter, I'm afraid. One I believe you specifically to be most suited to handle.
Shall I, Father?
Please do, Galatea.
Central, I believe the audio EM capture system in this room to be faulty. Please run a deep diagnostic on the system.
Certainly, Miss Vargas. Beginning scan.
We have perhaps 2 minutes until the diagnostic cycle is complete.
No.
Dr. Lau, have you heard of a gentleman by the name of Baxter?
No. This character is as fake as the maid. This is a robot. Robots are fake. I will say this in as much of a straight shooter, straight face tone as I can. What was the question? Have I heard of Baxter? Me as the player, yes.
Dr. Adam Baxter, convicted murderer?
And a brilliant engineer in his time.
Yes, I've heard of him. My partner had a history with him. His parole hearing and eventual release really got to Dr. Regis.
Quite so, poor Viksha. I don't think Charlie ever got over it. And unfortunately, it appears that he's taking things into his own hands.
Dr. Lau, when did you last see Dr. Regis?
Last night, before Central went into siege mode. Why? What's happened?
This morning, Dr. Baxter was found dead in his workplace.
Oh, no. Oh, Charlie, no.
I share your concern, Dr. Lau.
Central believes Dr. Regis to be the most likely suspect. He would have known that Central would be unable to provide oversight during the siege.
And he had no shortage of motive, as I'm sure you'd agree.
You have a connection to Regis as well?
Quite so. He worked for me in a research team, as did Baxter in the same project.
And Viksha Regis?
Precisely. We lost half of the team in one fell swoop that day.
It just doesn't sound like him, though. He had other outlets, like his garden.
I don't fully agree with Central's assessment either. That is why I'm activating you on this case.
You want me to investigate Baxter's murder with my partner as the prime suspect? Isn't that a pretty serious conflict of interest?
It is within my prerogative to select agents I feel appropriate for casework.
Dodging the question.
Using it to aid an old friend, a good man, like Charlie Regis. I think that's worthwhile.
Remember that your primary responsibilities are to the law and to this city.
You're the controller of Central Operations. Why would you need to cut the camera feed with a trick like that?
I apologize, but for the sake of city security...
Yeah, can't tell me. Classified, ultraviolet A, etc.
I'm glad you understand.
I might understand, but I'm not happy about it.
Noted, Dr. Lau.
I think I've heard enough.
That's good to hear. I'll have Galatea email the case data to you. If I can be of any further help, don't hesitate to drop by my office.
At the top of the Fulcrum Tower. Make an appointment beforehand.
Diagnostic cycle of monitoring systems complete. No wetware or firmware anomalies detected. However, please ask Dr. Regis to stop obstructing the lens assembly.
I wish you luck with your work,
it's
Dr. Lau. For
about,
Regis' sake.
It's about time for bed, you know.
Top of the line interfacing wetware. Pricey stuff, but I claim it as a work expense.
I don't even know where I'm going. I'd better download the case file Dr. Vargas's assistant sent me.
The vending machine. Not that I was laughing
The
at
desk
that.
terminals don't have
I was
enough
laughing at her.
bandwidth, so I made a few modifications. All strictly professional, of course.
I am
Man,
tired.
I've already got it set up just right.
I keep thinking I'm being watched, but not by the camera, but by the maid. I am tired. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. But no, I've been to this room before. No, can't do it. Can't do it. I'm gonna have to go to bed. I am sleepy, which means I need to get some sleep and wait for another day. Stream tomorrow? Stream what tomorrow? Orcs Must Die? What is going on? There we go. Alright. Yeah, there's a chance I might stream tomorrow. It's low though. It's low probability, so don't get your hopes up. But next week is the Crunk stream, which I'm looking forward to that. I've got something prepared for that, which I'm gonna make a prediction about it. I think that there's gonna be something that, oh, maybe that's too bold. I was gonna say I think if there's something in there I think might actually top the southern accent thing, but we'll see. For you. I can't spoil it. What's there? These guys should be excited. Alright, whatever. We'll sort this out next week. But for now, I'm just gonna go to bed. And yeah, nothing else to announce. So, good night, Robot, and whoever else is left. And Smokey the Bear says, taxation is theft.